Welcome back to Homebrew Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me,
the content slave.
he is back in the chair, ready to go for what is Series 4 Championship Kick-Off. Guys, this is it. We are starting off Championship Series 4, finally. Back at it again, 8 weeks, 2 nights of content coming your way, straight up to you. That's 16 rounds of content are going to be given to you for points, and we're going to go over very shortly here all the rules for Series 4. I didn't actually have time to put up the board like we did last time, so you're going to see some really cool editing. I'm like, this is next level editing. I think you guys are going to enjoy here. And he's impressed. You impressed with that?
I'll save my comments for when you show it.
Okay, sounds good. Guys, we have some amazing content to come your way. This is going to be a much faster format than we're used to, by the way, because there's some changes going on in this format. So we had a poll, went out in Discord, let everybody else know that it's your option for this season to be best of 1, best of 3. And they voted for best of 1. So we're going to be best of 1, going everything up into the championship.
Why wouldn't they think of the content?
Or just the good quality gameplay. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see how they feel about a best of 1 series. I don't know. I'm always going to be biased, guys. I'm not going to let you guys know right off the get-go. I've always liked best 2 out of 3, not just because the content gets much better and it's easier to dramatize, but also because I like to play the game. And the more you get to play the game, the better you get at it. Playing best of 1, I don't really feel like I get anything out of the matchup, nor a full understanding of what that thing works. So I'm hoping I high roll and then move away from that. So here's hoping we can learn something from these best of 1 matchups. I'll do my best because I'm still going to try and learn. I'm going to use the quality of content that we provide to you guys for me to learn something, hopefully, from all these matchups, because we have a regionals coming up. Did you know that?
Did I? Did I know that?
Did you?
I don't know. Did I?
I don't know. There's just this amazing thing that's happening Saturday. There's a lot of stuff kicking off Saturday, by the way. Regionals. We got our first at Lifelink Regionals Championship qualifier. It's going to be insane. Kinetic Camp Carnage says, I didn't vote for best of 1. Okay. That's all right. I don't really... I appreciate it. I appreciate the people that... but this is why we have a democracy. We have people to be able to vote whatever they want. And the vote that wins, and we're just going to do it based on that. So,
right.
Go ahead.
You also just have to factor in that, this is, something people are... Regionals is also best of 1.
Regionals best of 1.
Anything official Bandai is best of 1.
Yep. Anything for the... when you do the... We've done so many best of 1s with there. I've gone to the other events, like the Bonding Card Fest and the One Piece Day. All those events for best of 1. We've done a lot of pre-releases and sneak previews. Those are always best of 1. We've done a lot of the best of 1 stuff. Just having played it so much, I realized that I don't gain enough out of it, and I just feel like sometimes one bad hand just ruins the entire event for me. So, I don't know. Me personally, I'm up there with the pros. The more games you play, the better you are at the game. And when we're trying to do a championship series, I want the best represented here. So, I'm hoping that everything will work out well. If you guys like it, you guys like the content, it's fine. We'll keep going forward. But if you don't, we'll do another vote next time and see if you guys change your mind. Either way, we're going to do it the way you guys wanted it. So I'm going to make sure.
I personally think that it's better because, this is something that people have to take time out of their day for, so this is going to get more people in. And I would say that potentially just as much as more games, a more diverse pool of players is also going to heavily contribute to a better competitive atmosphere.
All right. We'll see if it pans out that way. I hope so. So, yeah, you can see that we're at odds with the opinion, but it's okay. This is how you guys have a disagreement without actually disagreeing with or hating each other. That's how you guys disagree. It's okay. Everyone can have their own opinion. So, I respect him for his. I don't think he respects me for mine, but I respect him for his.
I think that obviously best of 3 is standard in a lot of other TCGs, and it is very important for some. I would say Yu-Gi-Oh! Could never exist in a best of 1 format, personally.
Gosh, can you imagine?
In Master Duel it is, but in Master Duel it's also the worst format known to man and is unplayable, in my opinion.
And that's what it sometimes can lead to, which I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping for the best. I want everyone to have a good time. That's ultimately the most important thing for me, is that everyone has a good time. And we'll go from there.
So long as the best of 1 format doesn't have maxi legal, I think we're fine.
Hate everyone who disagrees with you. No, Kinetic, no. By the way, that was a quote from Kinetic, so don't take that out of context. They're gonna clip just that. Hate everyone that disagrees with you. And that's just gonna be the thing that goes viral.
I mean, I personally think it's more pity because, you know, like, not everyone can be as intelligent as you. Not everyone can be as intelligent and smart enough to, like, understand and actually have the correct takes on things. It's really more so their own lack of understanding than your own superiority, really.
That is a take that I've seen on the internet quite a bit, actually. Stay off the internet, everyone. Except if you're watching Humber Pie. Stay on the internet for that. Like, do that. Watch this, but don't watch the other stuff. Bad for your health, guys. Guys, we have some awesome content. We're going to get a lot of stuff to go over. We're going to get to that screen here in just a minute. Before we do, as always, if you guys haven't done so already...
Have we gotten a hit out of this yet?
No, not one hit has come from this community box. For those that don't know, every single pack comes out here to everybody that joins us live. And out of this pack, we still have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 packs. It's just over half a box. Now,
so we're really due
half
for
a
a
box.
hit.
Half a box, guys. 2 packs going to get pulled out for tonight. Hit that exclamation point join for your chance to win one of these 2 packs. What I love about these is if this contains a manga, if this contains an SP, if it contains something big and valuable, it's going to guarantee to go to you. And that way, no sifting, no sorting. You guys can even keep track of how many hits come through these boxes. And I make sure that you guys get it coming your way. Free of charge just for being here and hitting exclamation point join or hitting something in chat, which I really appreciate because all that goes a long way to help out the channel. Anytime that the algorithm sees that not only did you click the button to come here, like Kinetic and Little Pound Cake, but you also hit the exclamation point join. So then there's a little chat to it that adds to our statistics. So while I give you free $5 packs in some cases, sometimes a little more expensive because of the way things go, you do me the solid.
Oh, they're $5 sealed. We open them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I spent the.
He needs the content.
You gotta. People want to know what's inside. What happens if I get a manga out there? You guys open up and never tell me. What? Then I'll never know that I gave away a manga.
Would someone think of the content?
Seriously, come on, guys. Alrighty, I think it's about time that we got into exactly what it is. The Series 4 Championship. Oh, just realized I missed another one. 1 second. We're going to find out exactly what the Series 4 Championship is all about. And this awesome editing that I was able to do on the fly. Let's get into it, shall we?
Of course, all the edits are in red.
Yeah.
Of course, it's you. What did I expect?
It's a very red day. Let's get into it. So, Little Podcast says, we got to do a video series where you bust into UVA hospital to MRI scan a box. No!
Look, again.
Nobody would let that down. They would think forever that I was always scanning my boxes. Go ahead.
Again, I think I only pitched this once before, but I still think we have to do this. We need to do a series where we donate plasma to buy cards. We need to do a plasma to playable deck series, and that's not that hard because Usopp's like $13.
Yeah, right? Fantastic. Kinetic's out there saying, say less, I'm on my way. No. Please. No.
If anyone works at UVA Hospital, then hit us up.
Unfortunately, you can't get paid for your plasma in VA. Oh, that's right.
Oh, really?
We got to go up to Maryland. Yeah.
I thought you could.
I think there's certain states that you can only donate certain things. I've tried to donate quite a few things, and they've turned me down every single time. I don't know what it is. I'll leave that there. All right, guys, let's get into the championship series. Just realized.
No wonder. I wonder why no one would want your things.
Want to make sure you can see this. I mean, we can find a way to do it, I'm sure. Oh, absolutely. So, here are the rules. This is the Series 4, the awesome editing, me taking over exactly what happened in Season 3 and just marking it off for the 4 here to represent exactly how these are going to work down, because just about everything is identical except for a few new tweaks that are actually improving the experience overall. And that actually, to me, is the giveaways at the end. But we'll talk about that. So, for the Series 4, like we said, it's 8 weeks in length. LCQ, that's a last chance qualifier that happens the following week after we conclude everything. That following Saturday, there'll be a last chance qualifier championship event. Then, a week from that event, we'll actually hold the championship. So, 8 straight weeks, starting this week. Let's get that nice little calendar up so everyone can follow along with us. We have this week, starting the 21st. Our first date was the 22nd. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the week of the 21st, right there, will be our LCQ, and the championship will be June 28th. June 28th.
Something up real quick.
I'll make sure it's not a big day.
I'm making sure that we're not going to like abruptly be in a new format for the championship.
Okay. Well, I mean, if we are abruptly like last time, we'll make sure that nothing's payable. So, June 21st will be the LCQ. And June 28th. So
when OP 11. Okay. It just says June, so they haven't given us
an actual date yet. Yeah. It's all right. Depending on what it is and how much time we have, there's at least 2 weeks for people to actually get the product in hand. That's 2 weeks after it's officially released. Then we'll allow for the new format. If not, no new format. Gonna play with the old. So
I'm gonna check global real quick because I think that we have at least an approximate date of when the starter decks are gonna come out.
Oh yeah, those things are gonna be great.
The starter decks. So you said it's gonna happen when?
The 21st is the LCQ and the 28th is the championship.
Okay, so we might have the 28th is this championship.
Mm-hmm.
That is the day the starter decks release in outside territories. I think we get them a bit sooner, so we'll have the starter decks legal by then. So we will be in a new format.
And the starter decks will be legal, by the way, because we get plenty. They're sealed. You know what you're getting in every single card you get in there, and we're gonna have plenty of stock at Lifelink games.
Those do come with 11 packs in each one. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, nice! I can't wait till we get the PRB back, PRBO2. But these ones with 11, not bad. I always like the extra packs. You never know what you're gonna get.
Right. So that means that technically there will be access to 11.
Yeah, but still, 11 will not be legal unless
it comes out before the starter decks.
If it's officially released 2 weeks before, people have plenty of opportunity to get the cards. Absolutely will be legal. If you only have a week, it is not enough time for me to warrant making it legal because I don't want to have anybody having to scrounge or beat someone up just to make sure they have the cards so they can play.
Also, before we get too far into things, update the leaders so that because it's still on Fab stuff right now. The leaders on the thing.
Oh no, we'll fix this when we can take a break back. Yeah, we'll take this. I don't want to give any spoilers of what the first match is.
Okay.
It's like 15 minutes. The last thing I want to do is give that spoiler away. Let the people proxy. No.
11.
I mean, we could because it's not official.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later. We'll do another poll to see if we can get the proxies in there. Because you got to be careful when it comes to proxies, and you got to put up how that works. And there's official. This is not official Bondi, so we should be able to get away with it. But then, can we put it on the app? Because I don't think we can put it on the app. If that's the case, so let's.
Bandai doesn't have to know.
We're doing it live. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm pretty sure they're out there seeing this stuff. So I will work. We'll table that for just right now, but we'll make sure that we give an opportunity to see how that breaks out and to see whether we get into that. And you guys can find out on Discord how that goes. Alrighty. So the league nights are going to be every Tuesday and Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. With exception to the days of like release dates and like the Saturday being another exception, the manga tournament. For those that are participating in the manga tournament, not the RCQ because it wasn't for everybody, but if you participate and come out with us at 4 o'clock this weekend to play in the Manga Zoro tournament, those points for those people participating will be given out. The rank structure will be the order in which those people that are participating in the series settle, right? So if the person that wins isn't in the league, then that rolls down to the next person. And if the second person's in the league, that person gets the first place points. And so on and so on and so on. So I'll be breaking it down for those that are actually participating in the event, in the series, and the manga tournament. Because I know that we're going to have a lot of people from out of town, a lot of people driving all over the place to come out and see this for the RCQ. Because I think, what was it, 8 people from our locals were actually able to make it into this 32-person RCQ. So a lot of new faces that we're going to see this weekend. Looking forward to it.
A lot of fresh meat.
Mm-hmm. A lot of stuff that we're just not prepared for. Can't wait to see how it goes. So that one will count towards the points for this. And then,
you don't prepare for literally every possible deck your opponents could be playing?
You know, if I had the time, I would try. I think some of the best players do. But where do you find the time?
You're unemployed. That's how.
There you go. Maybe I can get there and afford that. Not yet. All right, so you can play in both nights and earn extra points if you wish. So the way that this is coming down here, once a week, you can only earn 8 participation points. Now, I'm going to be clear. 8 full weeks, 8 participation points.
Oh, I thought you were like 8 points a week. And I was like, wait, that's not even possible.
No.
Max is 7 points
7 points a week because of the way this is done. Okay, like he's saying, first place gets 3, second place gets 2, third and fourth both get 1. I'll show you guys the leaderboard afterward to get here. I'm sorry, and then anyone who participated for that week gets 1 full week. If the people who played on Tuesday that we covered show up on the manga tournament, they will not get participation points. However, they can earn that 1 through 4th place championship points. So you can only earn that participation point once per week. This is to enable people who could only make it to 1 to help actually encourage people's attendance. That's it. It's not designed for, hey, if I showed up all 16 rounds, I could get a free 16 points. That's not how it's going to work.
I mean, we did that season 2, and yeah, it let a lot of people like me just get in and get way more points than they should have.
Yeah. It turned up into, like, just absolute chaos.
I mean, season 2 was the season I was the runner-up. Obviously, something must have went wrong.
Oh, no. That's not true. You know you're a good player.
Yeah, I should have gotten first place.
There you go.
No, I got outskilled. Man, Dofi is a menace. It's still it's still a solid deck. Even.
It really is.
Like, I would still respect it.
I think it's going to be available, or being seen at the regionals at least, if not the manga tournament, which we're going to be doing coverage for both. So for those guys that want to check out the regional championship, we will be covering it on Sunday following this. All 5 rounds, best of 1, no cut to top 8. It's just best of 1 straight through. After the 5th round, there will be one person who's undefeated, and that person is going to get the invite into the regional championship. The top 2. Right?
Top 2 gets the invite. Yeah. First place gets the prize card.
Yep. And the prize card is a
Zoro.
Nice, beautiful card.
Yeah, so we have 2 very expensive Zoros going up for grabs that day.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a Zoro day. I love it. So, like we said, best of 1 format going forward until next season when we do another poll.
I want to check something, so I just want to check like the pricing divvying up for the RCQ so we can go a bit more in depth into that. I think that'll
just send me the link and we'll go over it together. They the points accrue over the week in the top 16 leaderboard, which you will see at the end of the stream here. We'll find out who's right now currently leading the board here.
Okay, so 16? For the store championship for April,
just send me the link. We'll go over with everybody else.
I'm just going on the official site.
Yeah, send it to me in Discord and we'll show everybody else. All right, so the Season 4 champion will receive a custom champion medal, which we've showcased every single year. $100 Lifelink Games gift card, which is probably going to be a lot more this year. This is the top I'm talking about. We're really up in the ante here. Runner-up will get a $50 Lifelink gift card and special prize, so those things are moving up. The MVP, this is the person who scores the most amount of points throughout the season, gets a dedicated prize to them. There's no top to this. This is something that I do personally out of my own care. Look to find out who's going to win and give a personalized prize to that individual that is accustomed to their likes, dislikes, or the stuff they need or want, or anything. It's tailored to that person. I want it to mean something. So, and a huge shout out to the person who can get the most amount of points after these 8 weeks of competition.
I believe it's been someone different each season.
It has been, yeah. Vera was the first one, Marcus was second, and third was Spencer.
Yep.
So we've had 3 different MVP prizes, and only one of them was able to carry it through all the way to the championship, which is Spencer.
Yep, Spencer finally broke the curse.
Right.
Although it was right before his deck was getting banned, so...
Oh, give it a shot. It's the last chance he's going to be able to play with it.
I mean, Anel's going to be back with a vengeance in EBO too.
Agreed. I think there's going to be a lot of great decks coming out in EBO too, and some that I'm not
green,
really...
Purple Luffy, and green purple Luffy, and green purple Luffy.
We'll see if we actually get to play it. I have a feeling there's going to be something banned from that by the time we get there.
EBO 2 comes out in like 2 weeks. We're not getting another ban list that soon.
Okay. We'll see.
You really think we're going to get another ban list that soon?
An emergency ban list, given how the format turned out? Possibly. They've done it.
I can look at the pie chart. The format's not actually that unhealthy.
Jay Wizzle, good to see you. The future format or our format? Because our format.
I can literally pull up gumgum.gg right now, which has like... So here's the format. Like, it's about 50% of the decks in that are winning flagships are blue, purple, and green, purple combined. That's both those decks combined.
Okay.
So
that's 50% of the winners. That's 50% of the
of
field.
a flagship, which is like a weekly tournament. Like Blurple is a very strong deck, but like we're also getting a card that like completely kills that deck into the sun in OP12 with the Koala leader.
I think it's strong, but not everybody can play the Koala leader, and I don't think you want to have a leader be the one thing that's like, oh, if I have this one bad matchup.
Well, I think it's going to be that deck's presence in the format. And the deck is very susceptible to aggro, and we have been seeing some changes because of that. So I think that, again, it is way too soon for an emergency list. We're also going to be getting the starter decks by the time we get OP11. That could change things up significantly from how it is in Japan. So there are actually unknown quantities. I don't think a ban list is very likely. You can quote me on that. We literally just got one. Honestly, they probably should have hit Gum Gum Giant on that list, but if they weren't going to do it then, I don't think they're going to do it so soon. And Green Purple is not overwhelmingly powerful enough to warrant like an emergency hit.
Okay.
It's blue purple mainly. And like if you think about it, 38% of the meta is a lot, but that isn't like that's around what Dofi was at pre-ban.
Oh, Dofi hit about 33%. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not terrible. Like other decks can compete.
But given the fact that it's close to that, and we've already seen Dolphy get that ban.
Dofi, okay, so Dofi didn't get an emergency ban though.
No, because we didn't actually have this format. We had a new format to what the Japanese had, or the Asian market had, because of the way that the bans came with us. I think the time we were playing, they were still in Red Purple Law, heck, or something else.
So
there was something else that was also that they'd already eliminated the issue of it causing any issue.
Yeah, Red Purple Law was banned before OP08 came out in English because that deck was tier 0. That deck also had a lot more representation than Blue Purple did.
Okay.
Like, a lot more. That deck was basically tier 0. That deck alone was like 60% of the meta. It was like that, and then 30%, and another 30% was Lucci.
Yeah.
Those were the only two viable decks during that period of time. And they hit both of those decks.
Just to make sure that we could actually still play the game. And that's where I think it's going. That's where I think it's going. I don't know what the threshold is. We can say that was 60 and this is only 50. What's the threshold? What's the threshold that they're going to measure on?
That's 60 for one deck versus 50 for two decks.
But one of them's over the 33% threshold, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, so think about it. Dolphy, 33% gets a ban. Not an emergency ban, it's a ban. Regardless, gets a ban.
Okay, it got a ban after how many sets? We had, so it came out like at full power in 8.59. Okay, so 8.59, and then Japan had it for 10. EBO2 11. So it was quite a while. Like I think that it'll get like Blurple, if it gets hit, will get hit sooner for us than it will in Japan in terms of format speed. But like even Sakazuki, which was like way more dominant. Like Sakazuki and RP Law were the most dominant decks in the history of this game, and Blurple isn't even close to those.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of people playing on the simulator trying to get ready for it, and I think it's pretty dominating. We'll see.
Oh,
we'll see.
It's the strongest deck by far, and obviously,
it's like my point.
Okay, but it's not so overwhelmingly strong as compared to something like Sakazuki or RP Law was compared to everything else.
We'll see how it pans out. Yeah, but Porter's right. It's bad, but not Sokka bad. Okay.
Yeah, you weren't really around for Sakazuki.
No, I only got to cover it a little bit. And I know we had a rule when I started covering this stuff that no one was really allowed to play Sokka because no one liked playing against that deck. So it was like a gentleman's rule. I was really excited because Big Body Bailey came on camera with it. And I was like, hey, finally get to see what this deck does. And he just took the tournament because everybody else wasn't playing Sakazuki. So he came in with the best leader and just won the tournament with it. Like, we're top 16 was 14 Sokka and 2 Ploofy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're never going to get... Like, Sakazuki maybe was the most dominant deck of all time. It's hard to tell because we have a lot more data on Sakazuki than we did on RP Law. But RP Law, also, another deck that, if we ever had RP Law at full power, honestly, RP Law would probably be as good as Blurple if it was on hit. That deck was crazy strong if you had... Why? Because if you had Black Maria, okay, your leader effect doesn't have a downside. And...
Delphi was maybe like half the top cut best of the time and really won. And rarely won, sorry. So now is pressing of the issue. I mean, guys, like, I agree.
Delphi got hit because it was around for a long time. Blurple, which has a similar top cut percent as Dofi, is not going to get an emergency hit. That's just what I'm saying. You just are mad because the blue deck is the best deck in the room right now, aren't you?
No. This is just genuinely what I think is going to play out. We'll find out. We don't know what's going to happen. These are all speculations.
Again, they also want to sell the sets.
Yes. I don't know what they'll hit, though. I don't know. I haven't even actually looked at the decks. Does anybody know if there's some older cards out there that could actually weaken the power a little bit?
Here's the cards that I think you could hit to reasonably curb Blurple. I think it would be Gum Gum Giant, because that card is insane. I think that it is far and away... Blurple doesn't play it as much as other decks do, but it is an option Blurple has that arguably it shouldn't. And arguably it is just a card that's way overtuned compared to everything else in the game right now, even if Blurple isn't as dominating. Whereas I think other than that, you could like put the 9-cost Sanji to 1.
Yeah. Yeah, this last ban was more of like, we're going to spice it up rather than, oh my god, this is too powerful.
Yeah, it was like correcting certain design mistakes that arguably lived way longer than they should have, like Gecko. And like, because Dofi was so good for so long, arguably they didn't even need to ban it because it was kind of getting crept. But I think that personally, like, yeah, it was just, Dofi was around for so long and was like so powerful during that period of time that people were like, okay, we're gonna try and get people to play the newer decks, get people to buy the newer sets. But like, things like Rygo, Gecko, and Ice Age are all cards that were like, these aren't the most oppressive cards right now, but they are very powerful and do things that arguably we don't want these colors being, like, we don't want decks to be able to do. Like, we don't want yellow decks to have a 1 card out to anything, which is why they banned Rygo. We don't want to have to, like, completely have to design around Rygo for, or not Rygo, Gecko for literally every 4-drop we print going forward. And Ice Age was like, okay, black is still arguably more overtuned compared to everything else in the meta, so we're going to curb that a bit by banning Ice Age.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that was like the overall thought process. It was just curbing certain things that realistically were like not super big problems in the meta, but were like annoying to have to deal with and design around more so than it is this is a problem. That last list was just kind of like some cleaning up of the game rather than it was actually like something that was going to make huge, massive shifts.
So we'll find out. Coming soon. We'll find out when that set drops.
Because, like, again, the only thing I think could be a reasonable hit is, like, maybe 9-cost Sanji to 1. I think that is, like, the only realistic hit. Or maybe hitting the 9-cost Lin in some way.
Oh, yeah, to stop the combo. Yeah.
Yeah. Just hitting the 9-cost Lin so the deck doesn't have sustain anymore and has to go hyper aggro. I think that those are like the only two options of like, you can either put the 9-cost Sanji to 1 so that they can only do that combo once, and the deck will still probably be decent.
Oh yeah, because it's an extremely powerful combo, but yeah.
Yeah, but... Or if we hit the Lin, you still are able to consistently pull off that combo multiple times and flood the board with a bunch of massive characters.
Right.
But now you don't have the sustain, meaning you're a lot more vulnerable to other decks that can kind of just go in. You're a lot more vulnerable to mid-range decks, whereas right now it's only aggro that can really get you.
So the format won't change too much, considering we've seen a lot of aggro in this format.
Yeah.
So, getting back to the championship qualifier here, last few things we got to clean up here. So, yes, we're going to have side events like we always do. We don't videotape those, and we have some box tournaments, so winner box tournaments that you guys can participate in. Those will be at Phil, so as soon as we get 8 people. That means if you're eliminated, because during the championship, once you lose, you're out for the rest of the day. It's single elimination going throughout the day. Best 2 out of 3 going into the championship. And it will be timed at an hour and a half, or an hour and 5 minutes for each one of the rounds. And then towards the finals will be untimed because we want to see an actual winner, nothing with a technicality. So the those people that are eliminated in those early rounds can participate in winner box tournaments and other side events that we might be hosting on the side here. Also, we're going to be providing food like we always do. Can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. I love the free food, love the free environment. Just it's a great day, honestly, all together, as we just all get together, play the games that we're enjoying, eat some good food, and just enjoy what has been 3 successful seasons of some great quality gameplay. And, of course, this is 6, 20, 28. Excellent, excellent, right there, excellent. And I have no idea what time. We're gonna find out. Last time there was a kid's birthday party, pushed it off. So Chainlow says, I hope we get a replacement for Ice Age. I want one cost Navy reducing event, settle the hot culture, but Navy.
Low Pancake says Tempest Kick. Tempest Kick is Cypher Pole, not Navy.
Yeah. All right.
But honestly, I think maybe it's intentional that we're not giving Navy another one cost reduction event.
CP9. Might as well be the Navy, right? I mean, right?
I mean, yeah, in narrative, but honestly, I think for game balancing, Navy is already so good in black that I think they're trying to give Navy less tools.
Makes sense.
Whereas, like, that way Lucci can be more Lucci, and like other decks that rely on the Navy package are more Navy.
Oh, I just now finally got it. It took me 3 minutes to get his emoji on there. It's a pity.
Okay.
All right. So, getting back into a couple of events that we've kind of been glossing over here. Just want to make sure that everyone's ready. This weekend, don't forget, if you haven't signed up or haven't paid by 11:30 on this Saturday morning, you will immediately be kicked for the event and will be going to the reserve list and the waiting list, which will be racked and stacked by your priority order. So when you get there, if you're not in and you're on the waiting list, go ahead and set up yourself in a line, and we'll make sure you guys are lined up for how we're going to be giving out deck lists, and have your deck list ready, because we're going to be taking orders and allowing people to come in and pay for those spots to ensure we have a max 32 participation pull-up. So
I already paid for my entry for the championship because I just wanted to get that out of the way.
You can go here if you haven't yet to figure out exactly how to sign up and pre-register for this event and pay online.
I mean, currently you're showing the Zoro manga tournament.
Sure. But this is the website.
Yeah.
Championship Series, One Piece Series 4, you can sign up here. You can sign up for the store championships here. You can sign up for the manga tournament here. And you can go into the regional championship qualifier.
You just showed it.
This is...
Yeah. Store championship is the...
Okay, this is the one. Yep. $25 entry. So, we're going to find out what the pack's going to be. Top 8 promotional sleeve premium multi-Sanji pack. Event pack volume 6. This doesn't look right.
Yeah, this is right.
It is? Okay. Regional finalist card. Offline for season 1. The champion gets the alt-art card.
The top 4 invite is wrong. It's only top 2 that get the invite.
Okay. I was going to say, some of this... because he copied and pasted from the multiple different events.
He copied and pasted from the actual description, so...
Yeah. It's top 32, so it's only the top 2 are going to get that.
Yeah.
And we'll find out. So make sure, if you can, I can just hit this right here and say attend and hit $25 and pay online. I've already done so I don't need to do it again.
I paid in person.
Yeah.
I paid for that when I paid for my championship.
Smart. Yeah, we have both these events happening back to back. This one will kick off around 4 o'clock. If for some magical reason 5 rounds of best of 1 takes 4 hours and more time, the manga tournament will not start until after the regionals is completed. But
I don't think it'll take that long.
I really don't.
I think 5 rounds of best of 1 are going to go into time before they would get to 4 o'clock if we're starting at noon.
Every round would have to take like a half-hour time extension just to make sure we got to that point. Like, just to try and get to that point where that's not enough room. The intent here is to allow people to leave an hour, during this event, go get some food and come back for the manga tournament here at 4 o'clock. And then post 4 o'clock, we've got a bunch of new, awesome releases here. We have Sword Art Online coming out for Union Arena, 6:30. All this at the release event. We got a lot of great content to cover for this one. Super excited for this new set to come out. Cards look amazing. I follow this, guys. I love this game. I think it's fantastic. We got a lot of people super excited for the Sword Art Online series release, IP release, which is happening this Saturday at 6:30. At the same time, because Bandai loves us and loves throwing these things at us, we have the booster pack FBO 6 Rival Clash that's coming out for Dragon Ball Card Fusion World. Additionally to this one, which will be happening at 6:30, by the way. So if you're a Dragon Ball Fusion World fan, want to be out there, here's a way to try to play the pre-release. We'll see how many people show up. If not enough people show up on that Saturday, we're going to host it again the following Saturday, because it is a packed day where we're also going to be kicking off Digimon, which I didn't even get a commercial for. There's also going to be the release of the new Digimon set. So I don't know why Bandai, who organizes all 3 of these games, decided that the release weekend needed to be all on the same weekend for all 3 of these.
They're not One Piece, so Bandai already doesn't care about them as much anymore.
Apparently. I mean, I'm happy that One Piece wasn't here, because I don't even know who would show up for these. There's so much bleed over.
Wait, so these are Friday, right?
It's a Saturday.
Oh, so these are going to have One Piece crossover.
To an extent. I mean, we'll have after S6:30, because depending on how many people show up for the manga tournament,
which will be a lot because it's a manga.
I'm hoping. We're looking for big numbers here, but depending on how many people show up,
the manga tournament will be going on by 6:30. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
The last one went past that, so
yeah, it did take about 3 hours. So, and the one thing I'm going to say about the manga tournament, the final round of the manga tournament is going to be best 2 out of 3, only for the finalists. Only for the finalists, because first and second get 2 vastly different prize supports, which are both great. You get your EX box for second place, but you also get the manga huge hit that's actually been growing in value for first place. So that match will be best 2 out of 3. For those that are in this event and playing, and it's getting close to 6:30 where we're going to do these releases, you will know if you're in line to get first or second, because you'll be undefeated at that point. So if you know you're going to be undefeated at this point, you haven't taken a single loss, and can't get the manga or the secondary prize, and of course we'll let you guys know what additional prizing based on participation outside. We'll let you know that before we kick things off. We'll let you know ahead of time what placing might get prizing depending on how many people show up, because we got to cover the card and of course additional prize support. That's when you'll know, hey, maybe I can drop and play one of the pre-release events, because I want to play the pre-release events and I know I can't win the manga, because the only way I can win the manga is if I'm undefeated.
Just bribe your opponents.
So, it's going to be best of 1. We're going to find out how many people are attend, and that will determine how many rounds are going to go. I love that it says approximately 700, and it's even increasing even more. This Zoro's been going crazy hot online. But yes, we have a massive... Also, if you're a Magic the Gathering fan, our successful drafts are happening at 6 o'clock on Saturday. So, packed house, guys. And your boy is going to be stressed to extreme, because that is just a lot of events to organize.
Well, I'll say you probably want him to be worried about the manga tournament.
Why? Because y'all be knocked out so early?
Yeah.
But I'm recording the manga tournament, so I'm going to be... I'm in both those events. I'm recording both of those events. And then on top of that, while recording that, I'm also going to be trying to kick off the Union Arena, Dragon Ball, Digimon release events, and getting ready for the draft for Magic the Gathering and kicking that event off, while also maintaining control of the recording for the manga tournament, because the manga tournament will be the content we cover on next Monday.
Right.
So just a few things going on that day. I'm already at the point of like, oh, it's gonna be a fun day, but I hope to see you guys there. Seriously, it's gonna be a lot of fun to see a lot of you guys here. I did have a few bits of news before we take our first break and get in the first round here. I played Yellow Kid, which I thought was pretty cool. That this deck seems to be getting a lot of good representation lately.
It's a solid deck.
Yeah, and it's something I've seen a couple of our locals been playing around with. Did you try out a deck like this?
I haven't tried Piss Kid on like actually playing it because it's just not really my play style, but I've tested it on sim a bit. Strong deck.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to make anything into a blocker is very good.
Right? Especially some of the blockers you give, like the law blocker, 9K. Every time that I've seen that happen to me, it's just like, oh, come on. It's near as bad as getting to the 12 cost Blackbeard. And that 12K nonsense of a blocker.
Honestly, I'm not even as scared of the law as I am of the Basil Hawkins, that being a blocker.
Oh, can you? Yeah, that's a great combo. Oh, did you KO this? Okay. Take a life.
Yeah. Not just take a life, trash a life.
Trash a life, yeah. Unlike the Nico Robin. I thought, no, Nico Robin trashes life too, right?
Nico Robin also does.
Yep.
And as does the 8-drop Kid.
Mm-hmm.
So you are not going to have a lot of life with this deck.
No. I can definitely see exactly why this deck's seen so much play. Good synergy. I like it. Some of these cards, obviously not within the Useless Kid. What type of a deck is he? Is it Nova Pirates?
Supernova.
Supernova, yeah. All right. So, but you got other cards out there that are kind of like Bleeding Over, Satyori, just a good quality card in life. Rornor Zoro, I think actually qualifies Supernova.
Yeah, he is Supernova.
The Nico Robin, I don't think, though.
No.
Does the Cavendish?
Yeah, Cavendish is Supernova.
Okay.
So, just for reference in the standard of the story, it's to qualify as a Supernova, you had to have a bounty of over 100 million berries by the point of reaching Sabaody Archipelago.
Okay.
And be like a relatively new pirate. Because the actual more faithful translation of Supernova is Super Rookie.
Yeah.
But the English translation styled it as Supernova because it sounds cooler.
Yeah, it does actually sound cooler. I like
So that's why Caribou is a Supernova. Ace should technically be a Supernova, but it doesn't need that.
Hey, how's it going, girl? So, yeah, this deck already from TCG Taj has been doing pretty well. It's a good deck list.
Looks
You
like
can take
this
a screenshot.
is an OP11 deck list if you look at the matchups because it's round 4 blue-purple Luffy.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so something
Which it
you've been
beat.
going into. Yeah.
And I can see why, because if you only have 3 life and it's constantly getting trashed, it's going to put you very vulnerable.
I like this guy second, and he went up against Marco. Again, I keep seeing Marco. Everywhere I look, I see in these lists, Marco's doing well. Marco's doing well. No one's posting the Marco list. Is there a secret Marco list that's going around that no one wants to talk about?
I mean, I've seen Marco lists. They look alright. I think that Marco is going to get better in EBO2 because we have that Super Rare VV coming out in EBO2, which is peel off on a body for multicolor decks. So just having a 3-drop body you can play that draws you a couple cards is going to be very strong.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's one thing that we're missing for Marco. And I think that also, I don't know, maybe just the, like, Marco is solid. I'm not sure.
Are we sure this is black purple? No, blue purple?
I don't know.
Because I'm pretty sure he plays in America. So this is OP10.
Okay.
It might be black purple Luffy.
Okay. Oh, and also, yeah, Chainlow is saying, expecting the support that we're getting in the Ace Whitebeard deck.
Oh, yeah. Hey, a subscription, Jay
Hey.
Wizzle. Thank you so much. By the way, Jay Wizzle, you won again last night. Your pack is waiting there. Your packs are waiting at the, at the store waiting for you to pick back up. I can't remember if you got anything hot from last night, but I do know you won again.
Oh, yeah, this is an English one. I can tell because they're playing the 1-cost Beiji, which you would never play in
OP11?
Japanese. No, just a Japanese list in general because they have that promo law. The Beiji is completely useless in
Useless Kid.
Eustace Kid because what it is used for in law is it lets you put a card you're gonna then use for law effect, but it puts the card face up, meaning you can't use it for Eustace Kid's effect because you need to be able to flip a life face up. So it's just a 2K in this, and you'd rather have the 2K that plays itself as a body off of a trigger.
All right. Yeah, I think this is fantastic. Congratulations to TCG Taj on doing well with this, and I'd like to see some new deck lists out here. I had to showcase this one because you guys get ready for a red wedding type day. You're going to see a lot of red. It's a wave of red that you guys are going to be seeing all day today.
It's Jimmy D's wet dream.
Nothing but red leaders. You'd think it was a red leader cup, and it wasn't. But we do have some good variants, and I think I can't wait to get the
It's just red happened to get on camera all the games. We actually had like quite a variety of decks. It's just red popped off today or Tuesday, and
yeah.
I mean, good for red.
Yeah. Every day
Red is
deserves it.
actually really diverse
I was
right
gonna
now,
say,
and I think
'cause
it's really awesome.
We saw so many in the like I saw a law deck on the outside, and I saw the Blackbeard deck. I also saw I think I saw a Marco list, and then there was.
I don't think there was a Marco. No one was running Marco Tuesday.
Wasn't Greg working? No, Greg was on Blackbeard.
Yeah.
That's right.
I was on Usopp. I know we had a Vegapunk. We had Reiju.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we had
quite a few different decks. I don't even think there were too many duplicates, honestly. And even out of the red decks, I don't think anyone doubled up on the red deck leaders.
There were 2 Whitebeards.
There were 2 Whitebeards? Oh, that's surprising. Okay.
Big Merc and Vare.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Fair.
Yeah,
That's his baby.
of course, Vare is playing his pet deck right now.
Right.
Like, when your pet deck is good, you want to play your pet deck.
Right? 2 Shanks? Were there 2 Shanks?
Oh, yeah. Kinetic Carnage and Chainlow.
Still, out of all the lists, it is a red day with a lot of red red leaders, so very diverse. We'll see. I don't think there's a single mirror match on all of these on this red deck day.
On cameras, no. Yeah. I do know that there were mirror matches on the other tables.
Okay.
Because Kinetic Carnage and Chainlow played a mirror match there round 1.
Okay. Oh, that's an unfortunate setup. Both decks really good. But yeah, last thing I think we're going to cover before we take a quick break here. I wanted to post this up here for you. Look at this awesome Garp deck I found.
It's a Garp deck for sure, but I'm not sure if it's how I would... Wait, why are we playing the Tashigi? We don't get the cost reduction for it. Like, that was... Like, that Tashigi is...
the
5-drop.
Oh, the 5-drop.
Yeah, near the bottom next to the jacks.
Yeah.
That, like, yeah, you do get to trash a 0 cost, but only on the turn that it's played. That's not really going to be good enough, in my opinion, to run. So that's already suspect. And the second thing is, I personally don't like playing Navy for Garp because it is just worse Smoker. It is just worse Smoker in every single way. And I would rather play a deck that has a niche of its own rather than just playing a worse version of an already existing deck.
I love that this is all black cards.
Yeah, no, we're not even playing
It's
red.
a 4-life, just black Navy.
Again, like I said, just worse Smoker.
Yeah.
Because, well, red and black don't synergize very well. I think that the most... Like, unless you're dedicating yourself to either playing a build that focuses more on Straw Hat Pirates, which can make advantage of having both good things in red and black, or you're playing a bunch of cards that attach Rested Dawn from red, because that allows you to proc leader effect.
Yeah.
However, this list, again, because you are losing out on 5 life and the Smoker name, this is just worse Smoker. There are no 2 ways about this. It is just a worse version of already post-ban list a middling deck. So I would much rather try and build something that actually has an identity of its own.
That makes sense. Me personally, I was just hoping you'd take this list and run this list during our matchup when Kobe gets printed. That way
I
I'll
wouldn't
have
be running that list anyway, because if I was to run a Navy build, there are actually a couple of Navy cards you would run from
the
11 in Garp. And there was also the EB.
Oh, actually, they reminded me of a cool story they told me during the day that was off camera, which would have been hilarious to see. Kinetic Carnage is talking about how he got pieced out by Chain Loan with a Shank Smear, and the 23k Roger against him. So we've done this before. I thought it was really funny. Chain Loan was actually nice enough to tell me what was going on with this matchup, but he said he wasn't paying attention, and he saw his opponent, and he had this Roger on the field. He was like, all right, 10 down on Roger, attack. And
oh yeah, I saw this happen.
The look on Kinetic Carnage was like, take? And he was like, you had a life left. You had a life left. He luckily had enough attackers to close out the game left after that, but it could have been a punt beyond punts, because I'm pretty sure Kinetic Carnage's heart just stopped, and he was just like, oh, this is easier to deal with. I'll take life.
Well,
sure.
If anything, that's a mistake you only make once.
That's so true. And I've actually made that mistake, I think, on camera as well. One of the first few games out there, because I wasn't paying attention. There was that one last life. Always pay attention. Make sure you remember that last life, guys. But really, I was so happy to see that match I wish we could see it on camera. It could be hilarious, but regardless, we do get the pleasure of having Chainlaw on camera here soon, but not the first round. The first round we're going to get back to after a quick break is going to be me versus Colin. So I'm going to be playing Red Green Smoker, and Colin is going to be on Star Deck 21. Looking forward to seeing these deck lists. Just FYI, the deck list you see today might not be the deck list you think they're going to be come the tournament. And I might have just sabotaged a couple lists with a couple little sneaky cards just to keep you guessing. Find out. But we do have some great deck lists, some great, some really fun decks to showcase in a very, very fast day coming your way. So get the popcorn ready.
And that's obviously why we've been filibustering for so long.
Right? So because the rest of the content for this day is going to be robot quick.
Chainlow, if you are going to make multiple mistakes and repeat them, I ask that you do it against me in the regionals.
Right?
Thank you.
That'd be appreciated. Stay tuned, guys. When we come back, we're going to have 2 matches back-to-back. It's best of 1 season, and we got some fast ones. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Homebrew Pod. I'm your host, Jimmy D, with me,
Porter.
and we're going to be covering the first round of this championship series. It's going to be 4 rounds, a best of 1, except for the finals, because we had some time left and they decided they wanted to. They played best 2 out of 3. That is not going to be forced case. It was just very nice of them in the last round to give us a best 2 out of 3, to get us to kind of stretch out the content, because as it goes today, is going to be very, very quick. We've got a lot of red decks going head-to-head with some very, very fast matchups. Big Merc, good to see you. Thanks to the chat. Kinetic Carnage, I don't know. I don't want to pick the deck for you. I want you to pick whatever you feel comfortable with, because it is the regionals, and you want to be going in with the deck you think you have the most confidence in playing in this event, because it's gruesome. Yeah, all the sweaters are here, guys. Everyone wants to win those cards. And the Shanks card looks super nice. I'm sorry, the Orono Zoro. Sorry, the Zoro card looks super nice. I was looking at the list, and unfortunately, was thinking something different. Down here. So yes, we are going to get ourselves into the deck list for round 1. Your boy, Jimmy D, who, by the way, just a caveat from this thing, I'm not even putting myself on the board. I am paying for the services to be in this event. I am paying for the mat because I really enjoy the mat. Every mat we have a really cool series mat that we can get in there and check out, like, and get into the event and commemorate the series. So I like to collect all those series mats. I've got one from each one that we've done so far. And I really think it's nice to get a Lifelink mat, and I sometimes get to play on it, but not on camera, of course. So whatever the results from this, it doesn't matter. I don't technically exist. I'm just there for the practice. Most of the time, I'm getting in there just to make sure I can stay good with the game, make sure I can get the calls correctly.
Stay good at the game?
All right, I'll try to get good at the game. Thank you for the correction. I'll try to get good at the game by still playing the game, but trying to get that practice in. But the matches against me are relatively a wash, because I am not going to be on the leaderboard. Technically, I went 4-0 this day, maybe 5-0, 6-0, I don't know. It was crazy. We got some great matches coming up your way. Let's find out. 8 hours right there. Let's have a full 1 hour deep dive analysis. No, God. I don't think anybody in their right mind would want to listen to us talk about a deck list for this long. All right, let's check it out.
I mean, we want that kind of content because that's how you get good at the deck. We just don't have spreadsheets for that kind of thing.
We're getting there. We do have some spreadsheet stuff that we're trying to get into, because I do want to have some quick sheets for these awesome decks here. Because we have this one right here, nice one. This one's from Colin. For those of you who know Colin for the last 3 seasons, he's always played Starter Deck Luffy 1.
And now a better version of the deck.
He's just playing the Power Creep version, which is just put Dawn underneath me, and now you get two free rested Dawn right here. The stream needs more pie graphs. Honestly, that you're right about that.
Although I will say actually one thing about ST21 leader, because you need to put a Dawn under the leader, it's potentially net the same amount of Dawn as if you're putting it onto one of your characters. It's net the same amount of Dawn you would be using for ST1 leader.
Is it?
Yeah, because you'd be putting the active Dawn under that. Like, this gives you an active Dawn under your leader, but that's the only difference. And sometimes it is nicer to have the flexibility of being able to put the Dawn
under. Well, I mean, you get cards like this in Nami here, right?
That's not the right Nami.
That's the searcher. There we go.
Yeah, this Nami, basically mandatory for the deck, allows it to
immediately
basically just be free.
Yeah, immediately make the every single turn make the leader free to give the 2 free Dawn to crazy cards like, I mean, this Zoro has been around since OPO1, guys. This is really awesome. Our first Rush experience, this thing dominated the format when
actually
it first got
This
printed.
is not the first Rush card.
OPO1 is not the first Rush card.
There were cards, technically, if you want to talk about the card that just had Static Rush, it's that 5-cost Luffy from ST1, because the starter decks came out slightly before.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, so yeah, starter deck. This one right here was the highlight of most people's lives when OPO1 came out, and this has always been a pretty big staple in Red. If you're gonna play
it's kind of been crept at this point.
Yeah, I still think 3-cost 5,000 power Rush, solid ability. Obviously, it warrants an attack and it being addressed immediately. And if you're playing the Luffy package, that's pretty good. But of course, you get the 4-cost now from Starter Deck 21. That's pretty good that he didn't put in here.
Yeah,
you got the 5-cost Monkey D. Luffy. Good.
That's
not in here either.
Yeah, I think another card that is potentially worth.
Yeah, Super Pre-Release. Yeah, Super Pre-Release was that moment in time before I realized. For me personally, I'm thinking like in the format when people could play just what they wanted to. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but Super Pre-Release was just the 4 decks, right?
Yeah.
And you just played with one of the 4 decks, and then that was pretty much all you had for the while. Chainlow says, but Porter, as far as Starter Deck 01 versus Starter Deck 21, they're too rested, so you can spend more on characters and still load up. Okay. Fair assessment. Little Pound Cake says, yeah, but it's nice to wrench for wrenching's sake. Sure, they make wrenches for lights and comfort for grips, but wrench is a wrench. Yeah.
What?
A wrench is a wrench. He's just saying a wrench is a wrench.
I don't quite get what he's trying to say there.
They both have the power. They can both do the thing.
Oh, yeah.
They do the thing. That's essentially what they're trying to say. All right. So this one, obviously, incorporating a lot of the OP9 good cards here. I love this Goldie Roger. Highly, highly recommend this for a lot of people. This personally has won me more games than I can count. And there's so many ways in which you can just solo roll this to get to the top.
Talking about Zoro being a power character rush, right? Yeah, no, being able to just be like a decent body in a rush is pretty solid.
Sanji 2K here, really nice.
Not the crazy Sanji 2K. This isn't the one that gives them unblockable.
No. I think he just really wanted to. He's been working with Spencer on which ones to include, because there's a lot from Starter Deck 4 not in here that I think are extremely good cards.
Starter Deck 4?
Starter Deck 21, sorry. That are extremely good within this deck. They're just not included. A lot of cards I love the Kid Killer still included. This one almost feels like it's been kind of power crept with Dragon and some of the other cards that you would be playing in the same term. Personally, I like the 2 Kid Killer combo. I think swinging with 2 of them versus just the 1 Monkey D. Dragon on that turn 8, both of them having 7k, pretty strong.
I think Kid Killer shines in red-green decks that focus around Supernova. I think red-green Law and red-green Luffy make the best use out of Kid Killer because red-green Law can do combos with it. Yeah, Little Pound Cake's right. This does look like he just swapped out the leaders and didn't make any changes with the actual cards.
Well, I mean, we did do the upgrade and talk to him about the Shanks and the Relays, and we hooked him up with these. So, and the monk, I gave him this Goldie Roger, hooked him up with one of the the Relays here to help him out. I can't remember if I helped him out with Dragon or not, but
I feel like he had dragons on that deck for a while.
I think maybe the Ben Beckman son. Captain Literal with a subscription. Thank you so much, Captain. Welcome back. Good to see you. Don't forget to hit the exclamation point join for your chance to win one of those 2 packs we're giving away at the end of the stream. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of the same stuff we've seen here from his list, just really Play and rush. Go face. Go big. 1 FG, 3 months strong. Yeah, baby. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, now we're going to get into my deck list, which may or may not be the list I run this coming Saturday.
It will.
Okay. So it will be my deck list, apparently. He's making decisions for me. So
I mean, actually, you haven't submitted it yet.
Yes. I don't know. I'm torn. There's a couple things that, like, obviously Shanks seems pretty strong in this format. This deck is a lot of fun for me. This is the 4th iteration of this deck that I put together. It constantly keeps changing. I love seeing some of the stuff from the Japanese meta to see where this deck is going to evolve in the upcoming meta and how it's working. I'm really happy. Spencer's loaning me his alt-art leader, so now I finally have the alt-art leader for this.
Captain Literal, what are you about to do?
Yeah. Hey, I'm about to do something despicably wrong, an affront to all of my beliefs in about 2 hours. Okay? Well, keep us posted. Yeah. Little Pound Cake says it needs more choppers. You know what? I couldn't agree more. Like this, it is missing a lot of the chopper flavor. However,
taking a pure red deck to locals.
All right. Good luck, Captain Literal, because this is a pure red on camera. Anyways,
there's green in this.
Well, red decks, but yeah, but pure red day. So we're gonna see a lot of red going into this.
I'm seeing red, all right.
Gonna see some Shanks, gonna see some Edward Newgate. Guys, we got all kinds of really good decks coming your way. But let's talk about it. Canuck, good to see you. Welcome back. This is probably by far one of my newest favorite printings of Tony Chopper, because this card is just absolutely insane.
It's crazy. It's insane. 2k counter or blocker becomes 6k on your opponent's turn. Very strong.
Nah, he's mad at Uda. Which Uda?
Wait, what?
Uda?
Oh, is he talking about mono? Oh, is Little Pancake joking that Captain Literal is going to take the mono red Uda to locals?
That would be so funny. Well. Kinetic Carnage could. That would be pretty interesting. Yeah, but I'll get back to the deck list. This Tony Chopper is insane. The fact that it's a 2K counter and a blocker, it's got so much utility. Like, a lot of the 2Ks, they have situations where they can be good. I think that this one is always good, no matter what situation you want. Whether you're going to play out a blocker for turn if you need it, or just keep the 2K and easily findable with the Virgo search. Because anything that is from Punk Hazard, like the Sanji here, Punk Hazard, you've got this Smoker, which is really critical to the deck. You really want to see these two pair up against with each other, because it gives you 3 free Dawn per turn. Spent Dawn, mind you. You have to spend it. You load it up and then reuse it. You get the Tashigi lock, which is the Tashigi and Rosinante lock. For those that haven't seen this lock before, they're seeing a lot of it right now in the lists with Bonnie and several of the other green lists. This is seeming.
I mean, Bonnie's been sitting on Atrop Kid since it's printing.
Yeah.
And with the Rosinante, this Tashigi just adds another layer of annoyance to that.
Right. This one right here, the combo basically is you put this out on play, use 1 Dawn, rest it, get out a free 3 cost or less. Your choices are usually these two. Doesn't have to be. This deck has some versatility. I can put out a Sanji if I want to. I can also put out maybe an Otama if I need to, or I just get a free search out of Virgo. But most of the time I'm putting out a blocker or something to keep him alive, which was really nice, because every single person or every attack next turn from your opponent has to hit him first if he's still on the field.
Okay, so here's what you do. You play Usopp.
Mm-hmm.
If they have this board state, like the ideal board state, Rosinante, Kid, Tashigi, here's what you do. For 4, play Zoro, KO the Tashigi. For 6, play Red Rock. Now your board's no longer a problem.
Yeah, that is a great answer to it. I think Divine Departure has been mine, comboed with like some other play.
Well, Divine Departure would not do it right here because the Rosinante would be able to protect it.
I know. What I'm saying is comboed with something else, similar to yours. Like,
well, that wouldn't be able to. I'm saying the board with everything: the Rosinante, the Kid, and the Tashigi. Divine Departure comboed with something else would not be able to do that.
So, and my other answer is this Gum Gum.
It's still chaos.
So, what I do is I minus 5,000 power in the Captain Kid, and I KO the Rosinante with that card. Now, Captain Kid is only 3,000, and I can hit into it much easier. So that is this is actually included in my deck specifically to counteract the mirror combo. essentially.
I mean, this is also just a really good card. Basically, it gets rid of a 7k body.
It gets rid of quite a few cards, actually. I was finding out on the sidelines with Eggman and the rest of the fun matches I was playing, it's just a solid removal card. Dealt with a lot of issues I didn't want to deal with, and allowed me to focus going life, which is often pretty strong when you're red, when you don't have to focus forward, and you can dedicate some Dawn to just, alright, get rid of the problem child, let's go life. Captain Literal says, I grabbed starter deck 21 and just threw some existing red cards into it. It's probably pretty jank, but sully my hands with filthy pure red. I can't wait to see your results. You're probably going to go 4-0 tonight. It's going to be hilarious. Shane Lowe says, Chopper is about an instant ad for 50% of red decks. Agreed.
Yeah, it's just generically very strong.
And as Little Pound Cake says, I mean, starter deck 21 is a fun red deck, though. Like, let's have a good time. Yeah, honestly, it is a fun deck. I love the cards that have been put in here. Obviously, I liked it so much, I added 2 of the cards into it. Just a 1-of, because I think this card's absolutely insane. Rush and when attacking. Just instantly get some extra value with some extra rush. And of course...
I wish it was Supernovas instead of 4 Emperors. That would make it so much better.
Oh, agreed. And this one right here, Hody Jones, the menace ever since printing. Probably the worst developed character. Don't do drugs, kids. But one of the most powerful cards in green, able to take a life to rest 2 cards. Mind you, rush is constant, so if you end up getting Blackbeard, it's really fun to play around this and say, oh, I want to take a life.
But you don't get to tap the blockers, which is...
Can be relevant, but as we know, if you put enough pressure onto early game pressure into Blackbeard, it's a very bad day for Blackbeard. So this just allows me to have an AK rush coming in that's usually hard for them to defend against, and warrants a response. He could have played Shanks and with full tilt. I mean, honestly, I probably could have. And my original list did have Shanks in it. I'm trying to get something together here. The reiterations of this list have been insane. The 2K Otama might have been a what's that kid's name? The giant kid. It's a 2K. She's a 3 cost.
The Mocha.
Yeah, Mocha.
Something like that.
Hody Jones Dare, although art.
I'm guessing alt art.
Alt art? Yeah. Well, I have a copy of the alt art, by the way. I need to get one. For the last 3. But I do have a couple alts in here. You can't display alts on the GG. On Gum Gum?
Yeah. If you go to... And now I show alt arts.
Oh. Learning! All right.
It's been right there this whole time.
Do you think I read this? I'm trying to get the deck. I have like 13 seconds to put these deck lists up and ready to go. I like that. I'm learning.
Whenever I send a list, if I have the alt leader, I usually make the leader an alt.
Do you really? Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now I'm going to change this up here. We're going to have some new alts in this thing. Now that I know how to do it. I'm learning, folks. And with learning, let's find out how I learn in round 1. This is round 2. That's not the right video. This is the right video. Round 1, me and Colin, head to head. Take bets in the chat to see who do you think is going to win in the next 16 minutes.
You know you can actually, like, set that up, right?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
Like, set up a thing where people can put channel points onto betting?
It's on the sticky that we're trying to get in there. Yeah. I just haven't done it yet. Got the first epic all-time start. I love having Virgo in the early games here. Mostly because I like turn Virgo into an attacker. This deck is one of the few decks out there that actually make these 1-drops very threatening in the late game. Given the fact if I get the right proper curve, I'm probably looking for a smoker card right now to make sure I hit it on time. But on the turn 5 turn, get a smoker and get myself an additional 3 Dawn for that turn. It just instantly turns Virgo into an additional attacker. And allows me to set up the board the way I want to. Going back to Colin, who I did win the die roll, which is kind of important in this one. I feel extremely important because I have played Colin while he was in the play, and it was a little bit rougher. So winning the die roll was probably about maybe 60% of the battle here to guarantee my victory.
Oh, you're telling me the die roll is important
in best of ones? Oh, yeah.
I know. Die roll is important in best of 3s, too, because...
Okay. Yeah.
No, it's still very important because that means if winning the die roll puts you 2 games on... puts 2 games on you having your preferred curve versus only 1 game, meaning the die roll is still very important. In fact, I'd say the die roll is way more important when you also factor in you don't have a sideboard in One Piece Best of 3.
So true.
If we had a sideboard, I think Best of 3 would be significantly more defensible, but without the sideboard, it's honestly not as much of a difference between Best of 3 and Best of 1. Because it's not like, okay, game 2, I can side into proper things. Here we're just seeing some pretty standard
6
plays.
into Virgo. It's one. He did not like this, but that's another thing I love about this. Virgo is now a pseudo blocker. 7K coming into life here.
Honestly, I might not have even done that. Like,
I think Colin knows that Virgo can be in a powerful card late game. Because had he left that Virgo here, the Virgo would have been another swing. And anytime I can get some actual extra pressure on his leader, because we're both going a little bit rushier, trying to go fast.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to out-resource him.
Afford to be a bit more flippant. I mean, did he know you searched that?
No, I didn't. I grabbed a 2020 chopper. But he knows what my deck does. He knows that like this is the curve. Like, Colin has seen this stuff before. I'm going to go get another Virgo. I would have preferred to have my Virgo alive in this turn, because it could have been 2 swings with 5.
Honestly, that arguably isn't potentially as effective as just loading up leader, because leader could get, because 2 swings with 5 can only get maximum, like, gets a minimum of 2 1Ks or them taking, versus a 7K with leader gets a 2K and a 1K, or they have to take.
So, here's the math. I'm glad I brought this up, because here's the math. This is why it's better. In a 7 tack, they'll take life. Cool. I get 1 life, because they don't want to lose 2 cards in a hand. Who wants to lose 2 cards in a hand?
Okay, then you go board.
Or, I go, well, hear me out. Now, I have 2 attacks for 5K. They're either going to give me a card from their hand and a card from life, which now I have 2 cards versus just 1. Or, they're going to give me a card from hand and a card from hand, which guarantees I get 2 cards. I either swing 7, which will result in them gaining 1 card, or I can have 2 swings at 5K that are going to give me 1 card from life, 1 card from hand, 2 cards from hand, or 2 life. And if it's 2 life, I know for a fact their hand is weak, and it's a good indication that I can go ham on them. They have no counter in hand. If they're taking 2 5s, yeah, it's not a good day for them. It's guaranteeing getting the 2 card resource. The 7K swing that you get, or the 8K swing that you would be throwing onto this character if it was 1 versus 2 attacks, is the difference between 1 card from life, 1 card, or 2 cards in hand, which seldom is the case. They're probably going to take the life. Where now, I'm almost guaranteeing myself a life, or I'm getting myself a life and a card out of their hand, or I'm getting 2 life hits, which just is all the indication I need to know, go face.
I will have to disagree with you on that, because you can either take the guaranteed hit, or sometimes early game, yeah, they're probably going to take, but honestly, early game, it's hard to articulate for me right now, but it's just guaranteeing that you're either going to get 1 hit, and that also leaves something up on board if you need later turns. Whereas it's very vulnerable, and if they can just rush you down.
Additionally, I forgot to also add on top of the additional math where I'm getting additional cards, the Virgo works as a blocker, pseudo blocker. They end up giving resources to it. So on top of getting 2 attacks and the better math for getting the cards, you also get a card that they sometimes go after, which is fantastic. Because if you're going to go kill my Virgo, I'm having a good day. It's just a 2K. It got in for the swing. It did its math, baby. It did the search. I'm ready to go. Let's get back in the game.
I mean, that'll be wider than you.
The rule of odds in attacking, like the rule of odds. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Captain Little. He gets it. Captain Little says, at my locals, opponents take hits they could have countered out of a lot of times because against my Robin deck, the general consensus is, if I quote, no point in countering, you'll get the life anyways, I can't stop you. Fair enough.
Right.
Alrighty, back in the game. So, end up getting myself a Virgo, leaving 2 open. I think you guys understand what I'm literally advertising with the 2 open here.
Yep. Igloo.
Mm-hmm. Got a 0 cost, which was huge information from me here. Getting 2 cards out of hand of a 5K swing. Yeah, that's a biggie. But I think Colin right here is just desperate to not allow me to start whittling his life and knowing that I can start going face.
Yeah, also, a lot of these rush decks don't play a lot of counter.
Mm-hmm.
So not having the counter for things definitely is very likely.
Mm-hmm. She's demanding her series of pets. All right. Attaching one for the leader effect to make sure you can attach 2 rested Dawn. Does need to rest these Dawn in order to activate leader ability. Colin in the tank here, trying to figure out how I'm going to play this one. Because obviously he knows what's coming too. Going to get 2K from me for 2020 Chopper. Personally, I know that he has to play a character, so playing Igloo right now, not the greatest option. And I think that's exactly what Colin's trying to do, is play out of Igloo. Ruin the value of the Igloo here.
Honestly, you could have Iglooed there and got rid of both leader attack and the Zoro attack.
Mm-hmm. So here comes Kid Killer, coming in for 7. And I'm just going to Igloo here.
I mean, yeah, but that's way less value than you could have gotten out of the Igloo. You Iglooed way too late here.
I think so too. And what was, for me, the way I saw it, I thought he was going to try and load up the Rono Zoro and get that thing up there. So I figured, given that he needs to tap the Dawn, so it means he has to play a character, I'm going to have to see something else I can target for the -2K. I figured he'd go that route. So Colin expertly navigated his way around me being able to get value out of my Igloo.
I mean, I would have just done it at the soonest possible moment. Okay, because now it's, okay, he loads up the Zoro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's Dawn he can't use to play characters or attach. That would have been...
But see, no, he goes out, say he goes the Kid Killer route, which most people would have done in this situation. So a lot of people would have gone Kid Killer here so they can get the rest of Dawn, so they can use the leader ability to make this a 7K swing. So if I get the 7K swing, I can instantaneously reduce this one.
Swung first instead of playing the Kid Killer, meaning that he swung, you could have easily gotten 2 attacks or cut him off of this Kid Killer play, getting rid of the board presence.
I don't think it would have cut him off. It would have lowered the attack. So I use the 3K to the 1. I use the 3K block to the 1. Reduce this by 2, right? Now he uses the 3 Dawn that he would have to make this a 5K swing and a 5K swing. So he gets 2 5K swings. Still gets 2 cards out of the hand. The math works the same. My hope was that he didn't see the Igloo play here. So I get value, because a 7K swing into an Igloo is a negated attack, and then get to reduce. If I think that he's leaning too heavy mentally into this activated ability from his leader, he's going to activate Kid Killer, get the free 2 Dawn, to use this to get a 7K swing, which is what you want to be attacking most of the time in this deck, for here, and now I can reduce this one. Now making this a negated attack, and then he needs to use the remaining of the Dawn to get a 5K out of this if he wants to swing with it.
Yeah, but that only works if they telegraph it. And
they kind of did, given the fact they already loaded up the Luffy with the Dawn.
That was only 1 Dawn on the Luffy. You need that for leader effect.
Yeah. And how does leader effect work? You have to give rested Dawn. How do you rest cards? You play cards.
Right, so, but you could have still easily traded for 2 potential attacks if you had gone Igloo on the lead swing, because that either means that they have to allocate more Dawn, which, like you said, would be 2 5K swings instead of a 6 and a 5, which would have been better for you.
Well, we got the same 2 cards on my hand. We got the same 2 cards on my hand.
I mean, if you're... Yeah, or you could have taken, but
No, I'm definitely not taking against a deck with Kid Killer. I don't want my life at 2. I'm going to keep my life at 3 as long as possible. And especially if I can afford it. I know he plays Kid Killer. I've been playing Colin for a long time, so I am not going to enable him to get a
this
plus
would
2
have been the 6 Dawn turn, so that... No, he couldn't have played the Kid Killer if... I mean, he could have played the Kid Killer and then leader effect. Like, that... I still feel like that's way more favorable than how you did sequence this.
It's the same amount of cards in a hand, regardless how I sequence this.
Yeah, but if your hand was different and just in general...
And I don't get the value. I don't get the value over 3K counter. This is literally just a 7K swing with plus 2. I no other counter necessary. None. The whole point of the Igloo is to try and maximize the defense here. It's an 8 to 7. All right, Captain Literal says in the chat while we're paused here, I noticed that when I was modifying my starter deck 21, so many 1K counters, but few 2K counters events. Don't worry, my Jank starter deck 21 has a better counter without hopefully compromising a rush strategy. I call it the Jank because modifying was what red cards do I have lying around and seem to make sense in this deck. Dude, tell me your tournament report. Make sure that I get that in the Discord chat. I don't think we'll be going live long enough to be able to see the end of your match, but I want to know how you did with this deck. I feel like swinging 6K into a red rush is still viable, as they tend to have a lot of 1Ks. So more often than not, I still get a two cards if they want to counter, or one of the valuable 2Ks. Exactly. And as he's noted, they don't play a lot of the counter in hand, and the 2Ks are quite light in most decks for red decks. So yeah, you could. For me, luckily, I'm playing the Porter math when it comes to 2Ks. I actually went looking for 2Ks so I can make sure I get the right
That's
the Porter
not
math.
the Porter map. That's just the optimal math as determined by other people that I am just citing and telling you and telling everyone else.
Never once get credit for anything. He's fixed my 2K counter problem every single time. This is why I call it the Porter math. All right, back to the play.
That's only because you had a problem in the first place.
All right, using that awesome event card to actually get rid of one of the problems. Kid Killer no longer viable. Using both the Smoker abilities to go back up 3 Dawn. Now I'm up to 6 Dawn. Another 4K. Debating on it. I think I'm thinking about playing the blocker here.
Didn't you counter with it?
Yeah, I did counter. Well, I have more. I got 4 in the deck.
Okay, well, that's not known information to the viewers.
Well, I'm looking at what 4K options I have here. 7K coming into the board, be able to clean it up here. That allows me to have the knowledge that I know that I don't need to load up any Dawn for this Banish. So Banish going to go off and ensure you're going to hit the yard. And now I can go up and safely put a blocker out there for 4. Want to make sure that I have something against whatever he could, because this is the big turns where Dragon and the other big rushers end up having more of a game state. And now that I know that his counter is a little bit light, that was my kind of tell with the 7K swing with Leader into a card I knew he would want to save was Zoro. So given I knew that he would save it if he could save it, the Banish, I didn't need to load up any more Dawn to make sure that Smoker Banish landed. And now I'm really just concerned about keeping that Smoker alive as well. Like, the only thing I care about this turn, keep Smoker alive, because that Banish is going to be extremely detrimental given he still has 4 life to my 3. Especially late game. Captain Lewis says, breaking news, Porter, I was just saying I am him, citing that his builds are the only builds that make sense.
I'm not saying that my builds are the only builds that make sense. Frankly, I put in a lot of cards that are not considered optimal. I just know the standard math.
And some people, I mean, there is standard math, but there's also room and variance for other things, and I think I'm leaning heavier towards your correction, which is why I call it the Porter math. Because every single time that you've done my deck list, you count out how many 2Ks. You literally make piles of 2Ks. And like, make sure it's good. And then you're like, okay, we can move forward now. I don't need to... First thing I need to worry about how many 2Ks you're playing with. Now let's play with the rest of the deck.
I mean, so long as you're running anywhere between 8 on the very low end where you can't fit any other 2Ks in because you need the space for everything else, or like... It's 8 to 12 is the standard rate of 2Ks, because 8 is the lowest possible end where you still have enough 2Ks to have like some defensive capabilities while still being able to, but like that's only if you cannot put any other 2Ks in your deck. Then 12 is the high end because 2Ks on their own usually aren't fantastic standalone cards. So 12 is like the most amount of deck space you want to give to 2Ks that like are there for the primary aspect of them being 2Ks.
Yeah. So I did stop the video here. No, I just want to give you time to get your thought out here. One of the attacks came in here. One of the really cool abilities of Smoker, all of my Punk Hazard cards get a plus additional 1,000 attacks. So this 2020 Chopper is even stronger in this version. It's actually a 7K blocker on these attacks. I did the math with how many Dawn he had left. I was concerned about a Dragon play here, but once he loaded up with this Monkey D Luffy attack here for 6 and leaving himself with 7, I no longer feared the Dragon play to attack my Smoker. And now I'm looking at the option of just saying, can I get a free block out of this? And we'll see if I take it. But yeah, that's free block. I love this 2020 Chopper and Smoker. Given the fact that the leader does plus 1K its defense and is a 6K on my opponent's turn, that's a 7K block.
Wow, it's almost like these cards are designed to synergize with each other.
Right? But I love when they do. It looks so good.
What? Cards in the same set for the same theme synergizing with each other in my card game?
Captain says the most common comment I get from my builds are, "This is so chaotic," but it seems legit. Honestly, yeah, there's so much room for variance and variables and things that you can add to it and do yourself. This game is not at all defined as most people try to think it is. The ones that think it's defined, I think, are just the ones that are they kind of given up.
I mean, there are some decks that historically were very solved. Sakazuki was a solved deck. There was a 100% optimal build because deck space was so tight in that list, you could not afford to deviate from it. And that was one of the frustrating things about Sakazuki was not only was the leader so like ubiquitous among the competitive scene, but the builds had to be almost like nearly identical, and there was like no room for any significant variance in the builds because the list was solved so thoroughly.
Yeah, can happen, but I still think that there's a lot of room for optional stuff. And there's a lot of
And this meta, yes.
yeah. So those that might have missed right here, basically he loaded up 7, trying to get rid of this chopper because he knew it was going to be a constant free blocker, and this was an opportunity for me to use one of my last 2 cards to put the 2K to block for that Tony chopper, which I felt very safe about because I knew with 3 Dawn left there was no way he could get at my Smoker, because I told you the only thing I cared about this turn was keeping Smoker alive, especially knowing his hand's going to be a little bit light, and it's going to be the one powerhouse that punches through this life without giving him a lot of resources. 9 Dawn turn. This is the option for me to play something aggressive or go into the defensive mode. So I have, one of the things I love about the Smoker build is I do have options of playing the 8 Dawn turn with a Dragon for aggression or a Hody Jones, or playing up a Eustace Kid kind of defensive turn where you think I'm trying to just defend my life. Reality here, I'm trying to defend my board because I feel like my board it probably has a good strong presence at this point. Often does. It has like a Virgo, usually has a Sanji come with it, and almost always has a Smoker because I'm digging for that. I mean, sometimes I'm mulliganing for the Smoker just to make sure I get it. But we're gonna Eustace Captain Kid here, get myself a free 3-drop.
Or less.
Yep. I'm gonna get myself a Sanji.
Not ideal.
It's another attacker next turn for at least 6k, which is really nice to close out the game.
Yeah, but again, it's not ideal. Usually you want to be playing something that insulates it.
Absolutely. If I had it. I think I only had, these were my last 2 cards in hand here. So really, the only focus here is make sure I can keep my board alive to close out the game, and I need to get rid of the board state here. So first attack, no Dawn loaded up. Here comes Smoker. Now I'm going to use that Virgo because I got the 3 Dawn back using the 2 Smoker abilities. 5 into life, see if I can get rid of that Shiryu. Trying to stress it.
Take this one because we know the Banish swing's coming, and now we use the Shiraya.
Absolutely.
Because we fear the Banish more than being able to actually get the resource. And if we're low on resources, we're going to take the swing anyway.
Absolutely. And Virgo just got that extra card. So now 1 more life closer, and now the only thing I need to do is make sure that I can keep my board state alive for the 10 Dawn turn. I have no cards in hand, which means more than likely, depending on what I draw, all the 10 Dawn are going to get loaded in for attacks. And I want to make sure each one of these things lands, especially when I know my opponent's low on resources in hand here. So I want to keep my Sanji alive. I want to keep my my Virgo and maybe even my Smoker, definitely my Smoker alive for this next swing. I have a blocker, which can defend against 1 attack here. But optimally, right now, the only reason I went into this defensive mode was purely so I could keep the other cards around it safe for this ultimate attack here. Given the fact he knows I have no cards in hand, it's an easy swing from Dragon. He switched it back over to Leader because he was like, wait a minute, I don't need to load up on him. I was like, yeah, you don't.
Yep, we have to swing into the Kid. Now we block. And we
now have 1 more Dawn we can...
Which would put it at 8, which would do it. So we haven't used Nami this turn, so
yeah, 8 gonna go into it, which is perfect because it means at 1 Dawn he can't kill my Smoker, my Sanji, or my Virgo, and at 10 Dawn I have 4 solid attacks with him with 1 card in hand. So the math a little bit easier for me going in if I don't top deck anything that might be aggressive. As Sanji is our 6k on my turn, I know he has 1 card in hand. The math is all that needs to get solved at this point. 1 card in hand, putting it face down, I don't think it was even relevant.
One Dawn up could be a Radical Beam.
Here we go, doing some basic hit math here and splitting it up. I think right now just going to clear the board just to be safe here. Going to go 10 into Dragon. Check the hand to see if there's any 2Ks in there to see which way I need to go. Yep, Dragon's gone. Now I know that it's a free day for some easy attacks.
I mean, we would save our counter for the Banish swing anyhow.
Mm-hmm. Here comes the Banish swing.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't have it.
That telegraphs we didn't have anything.
Yep. Bad Banish Kick Horse would have been a nice hit for him.
Minus 3k to your lead, so that can't swing.
Well, he banished, so he wouldn't even get it. Yeah.
I know, I'm saying if we hit the trigger.
Yeah. Here comes 6. Getting the last life, leaving 2 open. I think I'm telegraphing something. But now, even though I can't defend it with board state, I know that his aggression on the back end is not going to be near as fierce. Maybe he gets like Shanks. Maybe he gets a Goldie Roger.
That would not be enough to do it here.
That's not enough characters to clean this board up. And I'm leaving up in 2, so I must have gotten an Igloo off the top of my deck here. Canuck, thanks for the exclamation point join. Welcome. Here comes 3 Dawn. Maybe another Zoro. Yep. Still needs to go a lot wider to try and match this board. One of the downsides of the Sanji is that it replaces itself. So if he does go for the Sanji at 4K, given it is a Smoker build and Punk Hazard, 5 into 4. If I have a 2K, I can easily counter out of this.
I mean, it looks like you have an Igloo, so here you could Igloo. Okay, swinging the Virgo, we just take that.
Yep.
Honestly, I wouldn't even have swung in there. I would have focused something that would have given value. I mean, yeah, the Sanji draws you a card, but it is also tempo to get rid of it. It is one less swing, although we're dead pretty easily here anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I would have, at this point, frankly, just tried to rush life as much as possible. Even then, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah. And one of the only focuses I have right now is keep Smoker alive. Given that I'm telecasting, I have an Igloo, I need to make sure that my Smoker survives. So 6 going to come into life, going to take it. I'm literally leave the 2 open just to make sure that no shenanigans come in to kill my Smoker. Because I know that regardless of what I build, 0 life, I need that last 7k big swing.
Well, this could kill the Smoker.
Good. We'll see. Yep,
9.
Here comes 7.
9, you're 2 life.
Yeah, it's 6 life. So, puts it at 10.
Yeah, I would have maybe put in another Dawn or 2 under it to guarantee that swing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm basically explaining to him that I'm looking at the math to make sure that he couldn't. All right, so now I do have to get around a blocker, but
and
he
that
has no
Smoker
card
was
in hand.
8k anyway.
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah. 8 to 11. Thank you. Capella says, I think he didn't want to give you a card from Sanji. Yeah.
Honestly, at that point, this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The card would not have mattered. I would not have cared about that.
Gonna activate the Smoker ability along with the Dragon ability. I love those. 8 out of 5. Look at how much Dawn I have. I loaded 2 of the rest of Dawn under Sanji. That's coming in for 8. I have 5 left. Here comes in for the first 7, trying to get that blocker out of the way. Get the blocker.
Yeah,
here comes in
Captain
7 for
Literal,
10.
I know I'm not, but at the same time, I'm offering commentary on this game, and I'm going to say what plays I think were going to be better.
That's the whole point of our channel. And we want to make sure, we want to come up with, maybe together, even with you guys in the chat, what you guys think are the best moves to play. And there you go. A match that I enjoyed watching and going through, but did not matter because Colin wins. So we're going to get into the deck list for the next round and get things set up here. And because it's best one.
Leaders.
Yep. That's what I'm doing right now. Making sure I can do this while I'm watching you guys and get these things up here. But that, because these are best of 1, these are very fast matches. The next one, let's see. I'm going to start this one super early. Let's see. Looks like it could be around 30 minutes. We'll find out. I can't remember if I did the camera cuts out quicker than that. But we do have a really fun match with Sanji from Divine Lotus versus Shanks from Wolf, a build that he's had quite a few times. He really likes this deck, and I don't blame him. He's getting really good with the deck. I like seeing his comments after line. We like to talk to each other about how we're running the deck, and his builds seem to be pretty solid. I think if there was a deck I might try to come up and mirror, it would definitely be something that around what he's playing. But we have another best of one match. Sanji versus Shanks. Any other comments before we go live?
No, I think this one is going to be like it's Sanji versus Shanks. We don't usually get to see a lot of Sanji, mainly because it's really Sanji. That red Sanji leader is mainly at its best in sealed when we know we're going to be playing a lot of vanillas. If you want to put the deck on the screen for
Let's
everyone
go.
else,
Yeah.
so we can actually start talking about this.
That's
Okay, so this is a list, very aggressive, incredibly aggressive list here from Divine Lotus. We have basically just a bunch of cards that let us rush down the board, and because anything that doesn't have an on play, we can give rush with leader effect, means that we can just get so many swings in so early that you're just being super aggressive. And I mean, it's just you give things rush, hit hard. There is not much more to it than that. And yeah,
I think the neat thing about this leader is every single time we get a new set, one of the things that I actually look through were anything that doesn't have on play for red, because I'm looking to see if there's anything that you can abuse with this leader. Anything 8 costs or less has rush so long as it doesn't have on play once per turn. You get to give anything in your deck. So this deck, aggro, 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 and once we playing cards that benefit from the fact that it doesn't have an on play, that's what kind of why we got vanillas like this Sanji.
one costs Sanji because that's very easy to make big, or if we need to clear something small with it, we can pretty easily.
Right. This is working like your your Rono or Zoro, right? You can play this out here and immediately start attaching to Dawn and make it a 5k swing on your initial attack swing. So you have a pseudo Zoro, if you will.
But it does counter, and you can be more flexible with it.
Exactly. Nice little blocking with the Bakra. I really enjoy this one. This is a once per turn ability. You can turn any card in your hand into a 2k. So makes your math for 2k is a little bit harder to calculate, but always nice. Because now everything in your deck is a 2k. At least once per turn.
If it doesn't get removed first.
Yeah. Usopp here on KO to one of your opponent's characters with 5,000 base power or less, which is always really nice. So this is your response to a non-leader lock to Lucky Roo, if you will.
Right, but it's not a blocker. And it KOs 1k base power less.
Yeah. 1k? I thought it said 5k.
5k. Base power less than Lucky Roo, which KOs a 6k.
Yeah. Oh, 1k less than that. Yeah. Thank you. You get your, obviously this Sanji's super powerful. Allows you also, if your opponent is trying to starve you, you have an option to not be starved because you can take the life yourself to get those resources.
Right.
Instantly turn him into a 7k.
In this one, it's also a 7k rush.
Yeah. 7k for 2 Dawn rush ability. Absolutely insane. I like the Diablo Jumble times 2, making sure that one of the attacks can get through with the ab blocker. They can't activate it for that turn. And Monkey D. Luffy 8 drop here. Just banish.
Just the guy with banish.
8k banish rush because he's in the Sanji build. Really good card. I like it. And this is just one of the things you guys got to be thinking about every single time a new set comes out. If you look at red, see if it doesn't have an on play. If it doesn't, there's some options here that Sanji might be able to exploit it. Now he's going to be.
We see the 6 cost Waffle in Sanji, which is put a Dawn under it. When attacking, give it plus 2k and minus 2k power to one of your opponent's things. But looks like Divine Lotus has opted not to play it.
Yeah,
and
I think he's still working on his list too. And by the way, just FYI, he had already told me that he didn't want to give me his list because he's going to be potentially playing something similar in the regional. So I would not take this deck list as a guaranteed deck list that he's going to be running. If you're trying to get some analysis of what we're going to be playing when you come down to the regionals, I really wouldn't pay attention to his deck list because I intentionally changed a few cards just to throw people off for some of them.
And this is a pretty standard Shanks list. Again, it's not going to be accurate to what Wolf's is because we're hiding it for right now, but this is Shanks. It's the control build of Shanks. It's Shanks. We've seen this deck a lot. It's one of the most popular decks in the West right now. I don't think there's much more to say about it.
And this is a control build. So, as we've said, there's multiple versions of Shanks you can get out there. You can have the Rush beat down, and that one's mostly going to play a lot of mid-rangey stuff with Rush, where the mid-range you hear is control. How do you know? Edward Newgate. Yasop used to be the hugest indicator that this was a control build. Now, seeing play in all versions of it, just because it is that good, leaving your leaving your leader at 6k, and in that once per turn you can reduce an attack by 1k, is actually quite powerful. So Yasop, I love to see it grow out there. I think the other early indicator is maybe a building snake. Most decks don't play the 0 counter building snake unless they're playing a control variant, which means they're leaning heavily into the Edward Newgate build. Of course, you have awesome blockers like this Leader Lock Lucky Roo that we're just talking about that is not Usopp, but it definitely has the same ability on KO. So it means if you trash or bounce, it doesn't do it. But on KO, you can have one of your opponent's characters with base power 6,000. So that means if they've loaded up Dawn underneath it and it has base power 6,000 or less, don't matter, it's going bye-bye.
Also means that your reduction doesn't change that. So leader effect, 10 cost Shanks, none of that actually changes the fact that it's going to be...
Yep. It needs to be a 6k base. Yep.
So both an upside and a downside.
Absolutely. This one does have that top end, this tall lead here that I really enjoy for what was the last season. Seemed to be very, very dominant, and a lot of decks going tall that were largely successful. And the Shanks deck, obviously Shanks is one of the stronger cards you can have in this list. A beautiful 10 cost that reduces all, in stacks by the way, reduces all your opponent's characters by 1,000 power. So now when they're swinging, everything that they want to do has to cost an additional Dawn to do the basic math that they would normally do on their turn. And it does, like I said, stack. So it means you have 2 Shanks, it's -2 to the board. You have 3, -3 to the board. Has its inclusion right here, one of my absolute favorites, and a card I do recommend most red decks play, is Goldie Roger card. I'm telling you, it puts in some work. I really enjoy this card. I think that it always shocks people, even though most people know you probably have it, or they're going to be guessing you have it. But it's one of those cards that even when they wall up, it's not enough. And I love it because you can have some really cool masterclass plays with this and ensure that you would guarantee your victory.
Put 10 Dawn on when they still have 1 life.
The best move we've seen on camera. We didn't even catch on camera. Alrighty, let's get into the round 2 of this best of 1. Sanji, let's see.
It's starting.
Yeah, they're not moving. Sometimes when I hit play, it doesn't actually want to do anything.
Did Wolf put his life out?
Not yet. Not yet. Look into it.
Okay. Just putting out the Dawn before the life, which...
Yeah. I mean, indicates that Wolf is guaranteed going first here.
Yeah, which... Wolf doesn't usually like going first, so I'm guessing...
But I think he knows. He has to. Right? Against Sanji, you want to take that play away from them. That's just too much of a good curve for Sanji.
Sanji also has a decent going second curve, but it's better going first, certainly. Because that gives you the attack end, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure if that's going to change all that much.
Alright. Looks like we got ourselves a Sanji on Sanji play here. Nothing to do because you can't attack during the first turn. 3 Dawn play for Wolf. Let's see if he puts some aggression out. He's going to need to.
It's a control Shanks. It doesn't have aggression.
Oh, that's right. It's not even playing the Sanjis, is it?
No.
Well, we'll see. No, it doesn't. I don't even think even in the fake list it would have had that.
Yeah, and Chainlow's saying he prefers his blockers, which are 4 costs, so you would usually...
Want to have it on the even curve.
Merc, no you cannot.
You can attack on the first turn if... No, you cannot.
No, that's not how that works.
Nope. Yeah, Big Mark, that is a misnomer. It says specifically in the rules, no attacking.
Yep. That's not just leader.
Yeah.
That is...
all cards.
Yep.
8k swing going to come in here, likely going to take a life for the Shanks player. They don't usually like to give up 2 cards this early in the game. I'm mistaken. Divine giving up 3 cards. That's insane to me. Okay. 3 cards from hand are just getting 1 life. Chose... I guess he wants Sanji to be the thing that takes life and the thing that gives pressure. I'd imagine.
I mean, I suppose, but 3 cards is a lot.
That's a lot.
Like Nami. I think this is a card we didn't see in the list. But gives 2 rested Dawn to one of your Straw Hat leaders or characters.
Yeah.
For 3 cost.
Chainlow says that was a Google AI that told you that one, it was wrong. Yeah, it's AI, guys. AI can lie to you.
Yeah, you mean the Google AI, the same AI that tells you to put glue in your pizza?
Yeah. The same AI that made up a court case made up a court case that didn't exist and used it as a reference to win a court. Win a legal case. Like, according to blah 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 case that happened, because you know in judicial you have to reference a court case.
Yeah, judicial precedent.
Yeah. So they used that, and the AI made it up. Guys, gotta be careful with this AI. Don't lean on it as if it's the truth.
I mean, I also saw an AI have a mental breakdown over simulating a vending machine.
That's so true. Glue Pizza is my favorite too. I agree with you.
Like I've seen an AI that's like was trying to just simulate like a vending machine and was like quantum breakdown because of how badly it was going. Don't trust AI for anything.
Seriously, don't.
It's not good. There is nothing that generative AI can do for anything that doesn't have to do with statistics.
Correct.
If you're doing anything creative, it's just going to put out something that's
been done before. It's copying somebody else's artwork, essentially. It's not original. It's got to copy something else. Right. All right, 6K.
I mean,
wow, that's a lot.
6K
into a 3.
Guarantees gets over it.
Yeah, but I mean, he's already gotten 3 cards on a hand. Yeah.
But this is a rush deck. We don't want to give him pressure.
That's fair. That's fair. Lucky Root. Ooh, is a good counter for this deck.
Yeah, playing a bunch of small bodies, having a way to easily out that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can make that Sanji as big as you want. It's still got a death trigger from this Lucky Root.
Right. Also, fun fact: the 3-cost Lucky Root actually does matter for that 3-cost. This Sanji specifically is a 3K base power. So the Lucky Root. I mean, Lucky Root would KO it anyway. But
yeah.
Just another thing to cite. Base power does matter here. For the Usopp, it would actually matter against this Sanji.
Mm-hmm. Here we go, 7K?
6.
Yeah,
that's
look,
only one done.
2.
That's one done, yeah.
Alright, check this out. Go back.
Oh, that is 2. Never mind.
Yeah, see? Sleight of hand! Gotta watch that sleight of hand here. 7K.
Looks like we're going 2 more. We can considering. Oh, we're now thinking about. Okay, that was off of that to put Breasted on. We gave that Sanji Rush. Here, I mean, this makes it
8K swing.
8K swing means that maybe we don't go. Like, if we block with a Lucky Root here, we already got the swing through, but it does. Like, it gives us a draw, but it does also get rid of the board presence, which gets a lot of pressure off.
Yeah.
So, and it would be easier to counter out of the 7K swing anyway, yeah. Oh, KOing the Nami makes it. That's
respectable.
Yeah. And now we're going
8K. 8K in life.
So that guarantees we get a 2K and a 1K as well as leader effect. Well, honestly, I might just take here, depending on what we have in hand.
Yeah, these are often times where I just take. It's just too many cards in this early in the game. And at 3 life, you're not the danger, but definitely in 2 life in red, you're probably in the danger zone. Want to be careful. Yeah, Wolf gonna take the take for this one. Goes back to his turn. He's on the 7 Dawn turn. So this could be a Ben Beckman, which trashes, and I think that gets around his
it's a non-KO.
Yeah. So the Ben Beckman would get around the added benefit from the Sanji here.
Right. So it could be a Ben Beckman, could be a Newgate, that does KO, but it is another out. Could just be more blockers. Could be a Yasop.
Yasop would be a fun play. 5K
5
to Sanji.
into Sanji. Okay.
Gotta respect it. This way he can play his own game. I think Wolf really wants to get himself up to the big tall, because that's where these 2 decks differ. Wolf's top end, I think, is a much stronger than Divine's top end.
I mean, Divine only has the Banished Luffy for top end. Hongo and blocker.
Hongo Bungo taking the field along with the 2020 chocolate
That is
blocker.
2Ks out of hand, though.
Yeah.
That is something to be aware of.
And now he has some board presence and some combos. So if Divine does go tall this turn, he does have some options potentially to deal with that.
Yeah, but again, so 8 Dawn, we could start playing the Banished Luffy here, but looks like we're not. That's another Nami.
And
Luffy.
the Rush Luffy. Okay. This one gonna be able to add 1.
Yep.
Rested Dawn, 2 leaders, so we could have 2 6K swings.
Well, we also have the Nami, so that's gonna boost things.
Mm-hmm. I love that he has the dice here. Wolf really helping out with some of these dice, representing the plus 2,000 for this turn.
So
8K swing.
8, and then putting a Dawn under lead. So we have an 8 and a 6.
We could get a free block on a Tony Chopper with a 2K here. So 8 minus it down to 7. Tony Chopper blocks for 6 and gets a 2K out of hand from Wolf. Resource wise, it's not a bad hand. Not a bad turn.
All right.
Especially if he has 2 more 2Ks in hand. It's looking like Wolf's side of his hand is more defensive, personally, because I haven't seen a lot of strong offensive hands from Wolf yet. But yeah, just as I predicted. Yeah. I haven't seen this, by the way. I have not seen this before. I just thought this would be a great line. All right, another 2K, or 7... 6, sorry, coming in. So another 2K can answer this. First 2 are duds. It looks like a dragon and a building snake. And I have to take... that is a tell to Divine Lotus here that he might not have the counter. Having to take an easy 6 like that. But 9 Dawn turn for Wolf. Looks like he does have a really good dragon play, so he can start playing board cleanup if he needs to. Really limiting the amount of resources. He's been starving Divine this entire time, not going life.
We went life once. Or no, we did try and go life once, but we got countered out of.
Yeah. I think the only life that's been taken so far has been Divine Lotus from himself and Sanji. So Wolf gonna look to keep starving the board, which is what a good control deck does. It spends the time trying to maintain board control until it has this really aggressive board state, and then tries to punch in the last two turns to win. You can load up with a bunch of like the Shanks and double Shanks, and just load up for a big turn win. Here comes likely the dragon. Tap an 8. No, really? Okay.
Solid.
Yep.
So minus probably 3, minus 2. KO the... Yep, because we can just go and walk into the Luffy now, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. That's just a 3K.
That's a die to mark
Yep.
that it's minus 3K.
I love that. Thank you so much for bringing those to the camera, Wolf. I love this. Really helping out. So, could use the Hongo Bongo for a nice little 3 to 3K. Could use an additional Dawn to make it a 4 and a 3K, and then a 5 and a 3K if he wants to rush into this and clean that up. See, Captain Literal says, I would like to see someone make animated Dawn. That effect where the angle changes, it animates. Oh, that'd be kind of neat. Imagine that, but with Dawn, and like to walk into the Arlong Park or oh man, that would be really cool. The steam off the food from Sanji service and the Zoro from working out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could, if I had money, I could definitely look at a graphic designer to try and make that kind of effect work. All right, but that would be really cool. Something that it's kind of like giving me the vibes of like the really cool stuff that they've done for Magic Arena. But they spent a lot of money on the graphics for that one.
Right. I mean, instead of actually making a good game.
He's not wrong. Oh, man. All right, 10 Dawn turn for Divine. Loading up leader with 6. Could go for an easy block and leader effect, but does have to worry about another big swing coming from Dragon. I wonder if this one's going for Hongo Bongo.
I mean, if we were going to Dragon, I almost feel like we would have...
Played that out first, just to get the extra spread of the attack here. Looks like we might just get the minus and the free block. Yep, leader ability. No,
that was
just
a 7K.
Just a 7K, so it's going to block out. Still even with leader ability. 9K Banish coming in here.
Yeah, maybe should have saved the block up with that.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows about the Banish, though.
Fair enough. This is a card that doesn't see a lot of play. Getting it through, that yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, Wolf probably not feeling too good about this one. I psyched myself out there. Yeah, I can see. It happens. It happens to all of us. Honestly, did you know about the Banished Luffy in here? Because that one would have taken me to the side here.
Oh, he thought it was Dragon.
Yeah. See, the Dragon hand you can afford, but you guys can see he lost a lime juice into his life there, so there's another 2K out of his deck. Okay, so he's seen it before. Okay, all right. Yeah, I've seen it now in the deck list. I think it's a great additional add, but I think, honestly, as many times I played Sanji, this one would throw me. I'd be like, oh, you got a banished card with Rush? Great. Good grief.
Sounds like a skill issue on your end.
Probably. All right, let's end on turn for Wolf. Let's see what he's got. Ooh, here we go. Gonna building snake to reduce.
Okay, now we have easy ways to out this. Hongo. Okay, so it looks like we're maybe just walking into it because the building snake would have been enough on its own to play something like a Ben Beckman to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, we're just reducing to attack into it.
Yeah, so 5, so it's at 4, so we're going 5 into 4.
Gets a 2K.
Okay.
Well, but that's
8 into 4, yeah.
And Wolf definitely gonna drag this one out, make sure that his
And now
complete
we're
control.
dropping 10 drops.
Shanks! Okay, so the aggression turn start to turn for Wolf here. A static 1000 power reduction to all Divine Lotuses board here. Also, notably, he is light on hand here. So, especially with that early play of losing 3 cards like that, which is, again, why I would think I would have taken life. Regardless, taken life on that hit. 3 cards in a hand, now you're low on options. And where this would be the turn where you can go wider. Set up with, because he gave up Usopp that he could have come out and had still as a body and given him additional targets for removal. I mean, right now it's been making life a little easy for Wolf. Giving him 1 or 2 targets per turn.
Yeah, only having to, like, being able to easily dedicate removal. Mm-hmm. Going wide is a bit harder for Shanks, but not undoable.
Correct. Yeah. All right, Divine. We got to think this through with what looks like 3 cards in hand. Maybe 2. Shadow's a little bit more difficult to tell from here. But we'll see. Lining it up, looks like 4. Could be a Kid Killer. Could be a 9K swing. Nope. Going for what looks like a 7K swing.
Yep, that's at least 2 under, so.
Hard to tell. Divine really likes to stack up his piles. Need to get him to tell him, spread it out so I can see. I want to be able to see this. Wolf debating on whether he wants to give up blocker this early. Looks like he loaded up for a 11K swing in this, maybe? Because I'm not seeing the rest of his Dawn. He's got 4 out.
11? I mean, I could definitely see the justification for that.
Wants to keep the aggression.
Going for Rayleigh.
Oh, could be.
Because at this point, I do feel like we need to contest board in some way.
Yeah. All right, Wolf, thinking about this. He's got a lot of counter in hand. Otama. Ben Beckman, it looks like. Oh, just two pieces of counter.
And I can't see
Rayleigh. Looks like Rayleigh.
Okay. Yeah, I can see the yellow sheen there.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're using leader ability. Give him the 2K and the 1K.
Okay, that was at the Rayleigh.
Mm-hmm. Here comes 3.
Sanji.
5K Sanji now, given the Shanks ability.
Yep.
6K not going to be enough to address anything but Hongo Bongo.
Could swing life.
I think he did use leader ability in that one.
Yeah,
did he not?
so.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, like, he does have a 6K Tony Chopper.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe we have like a radical beam or something. Okay, no. Yeah.
Oh, okay, free block.
Yeah,
free block all day for Tony Chop. Let's see if Wolf remembers his Shanks ability. Some people do forget. Like, don't forget your Shanks, guys. Don't forget that Shanks.
I mean, he already used it.
No, I'm talking about the Shanks.
Yeah.
So often people miss the Shanks here.
Oh, we have the die to remember everyone.
Yeah. What up, fam? Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, Lifelink, for tuning in. Good to see you today, Lifelink. Hope things are doing well in your Commander night over at Lifelink Games. Got ourselves an awesome round 2. Wolf demonstrating how to expertly navigate a control board state against a rushdown Sanji board state. Right now, the life is in Divine's favor. Board is definitely in Wolf's favor here.
Right.
Like, just gotta watch out. This is such a powerful... Like, this is exactly what Shanks wants to do. Constantly set up this elongated board, big bodies, control, make sure he removes all those small bodies, and he has his turn where he can really start making this the last 2 turns. If he doesn't go Sanji here, I'm going to assume he's deciding this is it, I'm pulling the trigger, I'm going live.
Well, we have the dragon, so if we go 7 first, take, okay. This telegraphs a radical beam in hand, because now that's a plus 4K, so we're probably going to see a radical beam here just to, like, blank the hit. Otherwise, we can kind of tell if we're just bluffing. Taking? Okay.
Taking.
So that means the radical beam is probably a bluff. That Dawn is probably a bluff.
Yeah. That was a good read on Wolf here to attack in with AK like that.
right? Because I guess, yeah, no. After that, that would have either forced the Radical Beam out, because now we could drag in, put it on either the Hongo or the Chopper to get another swing in, but now we can just go 11.
11 and 12, which is, I don't think he's going to have enough to
Yeah,
clear
that's
out of
lights
this thing.
out.
Yeah, Wolf got to tell that wasn't a Radical Beam. But if it is, I mean... I don't
That was way too late.
Yeah.
We should have taken the guaranteed counter out of it.
Yeah, 11 he's going to have to take. Even if this was a 2K, I don't think that's enough math for a 12K block.
So how many cards do we know Divine has?
Man, he's waiting. This could be a trigger. Trigger from life.
Not a...
Love the games.
So...
The Daddy Lifelink is taking a whole new turn. I'm sorry, Daddy Lifelink.
Okay, so that puts the Shanks down to 7. So if we do have the Radical Beam, that does do it.
Mm-hmm. But then he also has... No, he doesn't have any more Dawn left.
Right?
Yeah. None of these swings can be able to get through.
Oh.
Captain Little says you can play. And you most definitely can. Yeah, have to go board.
Yeah, guarantee we don't die.
Yep.
I mean, we could still die because of Leader Effect.
Dangerous. Dangerous situation. Well, he still has a 2020 shot.
Oh yeah, he still has a blocker on board.
So. He's got 5 cards in hand now. Yeah. This is not where Chainlow wants it.
All right.
He really wants to... He wants those last bit of cards and resource just to be dead cards so we can just end the game. That's why he likes to starve his opponent going into the end.
Right. Okay, so are we going to see Gold Roger? Gold Roger would be crazy here.
There we go. Captain Little says, there's a reason I didn't bother learning his last name and just addressed the mail as Jimmy Lifelink. When I sent him to stuff. There's going to be a story, Captain Little, I'll tell you about that. That was absolutely hilarious. That trigger hurt a lot. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, no, that trigger, definitely.
Good timing on that one. Captain, I'm glad you did the gag, because that added to a very fun moment in a very stressful situation. And it wasn't stressful for anybody else, just us and the chaos we were trying to develop here. All right, Nami, did we see what the search was?
If I did, wasn't looking. I don't know if he's chosen yet.
Probably still looking. It looks like his hand's down, so he might be searching off the top. Sorry.
Yeah.
Searching off the top here. But I would say that, if I'm Wolf, this is a good sign. Using the Dawn to do a search, that means my hand is just doo-doo. And I can't do it. I currently cannot in this game.
But if we have something with Rush and something with okay, so if we have Rush plus another character, maybe we could still do it, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, he would need to have both Monkey D. Luffy.
And we also have to counter. Oh no, because we can only give one thing Rush.
Yeah, he'd have to have the 5K Rush Luffy. That's what I'm saying. The both Luffy's, the 5K, the 5 cost Luffy and the 2K 2 cost Luffy for this one. Lifelink says that was a hilarious when the UPS dropped off the package and said package for Jimmy Lifelink. He's like, who? J-Lo says, real quick, shout out to that beautiful One Piece day Udadon. Oh yeah, good call. Seriously, those are not paying attention. That is a few of us that got up to One Piece Day were able to pick these things up. I still have mine. I'm keeping that for my collection. Man, that thing shot up when it first came back. I think it's probably dropped down by now.
Still like $80 last time I checked.
Look at the way that he's. Oh, that scares me. He's playing with like a really expensive Dawn. He's like down with his thumb. Like, show some respect for the Udadon, man. Only a few people out there actually able to finish their 10 Dawn collection because I wasn't even gonna try. And they were lowballing me.
Okay.
Man.
So we also have to keep in mind the Shank, like both the 10 drop and Leader Effect.
Yeah.
I don't think this is really doable. It might be, but things aren't looking great.
No. Especially for Divine right now. Not lined up the way he wants to. Still $70. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right, here comes an 8K swing into life, trying to probably bait out the blocker at this point. I don't know if he's going to get it, though. I think, honestly, if I'm Wolf, I take this hit because he doesn't have enough for a big dragon swing that I have to worry about. And with 6 Dawn left, I think the most.
That's not enough to do anything. We can't die from this position. We
Yeah.
could block here, and I think we'd still be fine.
Hmm.
Because that 2-drop Luffy, that only gets up to 5k without having to allocate a Dawn to it, and then we can, like, without the Shank, so that's only going to be a 4k. So
Are you trying to play around Diablo Jumbo? Maybe? But I mean, even if Diablo Jumbo gets played, that's not going to be enough for 5.
No, and that doesn't give any plus power, I'm pretty sure.
No, it doesn't. It would just be like, he'd play out Luffy, maybe the Rush Luffy, or give a 4k.
Which would still not be enough.
No. I can't imagine anything with the amount of Dawn he has left right now that could get over the 6k 2020 chopper. I guess Wolf is asking about that card he grabbed off from Nami, so he's showing off the Monkey D. Luffy.
Yeah, which it's only going to be 4k, which isn't enough. Even if we put another Dawn under it, we could still just Leader effect, counter out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we play something else, we still have the life to take.
I mean, use the blocker just so you don't have to worry about a Diablo Jumbo play, but I still feel like he has enough on the table right now to take this last life, and we'll have enough.
Diablo Jumbo wouldn't do it.
No.
There's literally no way Diablo Jumbo does it, so it doesn't matter if we block or not.
Goes to block. Okay. Wolf decides to go for the block. We'll see. I mean, it means that he's got to present 2 more threats here. Nami has non-play, so that is not a feared rush card.
And we can only do that once per turn.
Mm-hmm. This is probably going to be our rush target here.
Yep, it's only 4k though. We need to put another Dawn under it.
Yep.
And have a Zoro.
3 Dawn.
We don't have it.
No, none of these are going to be strong enough. That last Dawn, taking out the, from that ability, what's that? 4, 2, 3, 7, 6. 6k coming into life. So he can use leader ability and discard 1 if he wants to, or take 1,000 power.
We just take, because there's no other attacks this turn.
Scoffrick coming back. You can't have my shirts! Scoffrick, he was trying to take my shirt yesterday. This was a nicer shirt than yesterday's. I love my shirt from yesterday, trust me, but you can't have my shirt. What is this, man? And by the way, you want a pack. Do I have direct contents? I don't have them. Scoffrick, if you are not in my Discord, please get in my Discord, because you want a pack, and I have to get that out to you. Yesterday, you won one of the... I don't remember what it was. You have to watch the VOD. But I need to get that pack out to you. So as soon as I can, give me your address. If we're talking in Discord, please make sure I have your address.
Okay, now we can just load up the Shanks and win.
Thank you, Scoffrick. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, he's got no cards in hand. Oh, well, he's got 3 cards in hand. No. 1, 2, 3... 4. He had 5, got up to 6, took 2. He's down to 4 cards in hand. So he's got 4 cards in hand with all this.
Which we can't count right at 22.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's yeah. Thank you. Don't give me the address of the chat, but thank you. Hit me up a Discord so I can get that out there to you. Congratulations on the win, Scoffrick, but no, you can't have my shirt. Oh, loading up the Shanks. I think we're in a big O Shanks win here. This time, Wolf checked to make sure he had no life before making that mistake a second time the same day. Just like we said, that's a mistake you can only make once, Wolf, and clearly you only made that mistake once this turn. Congratulations. And for those who don't know, in round 1, he did a big swing like this, but his opponent had 1 life left. This time, double checked and made sure. So congratulations on checking. I was a little extra cautious this time, he says, which I don't blame you. Congratulations. Yeah, Scoffrick. His social. Alright, so if anybody's out there, don't fall for the trick. And it's like, oh, every time I type my social in here, it starts it out. Test it out. No, don't. It doesn't. He's started out. That's not how that works. Reminds me of that old password scam. Do you remember that? Every time I type in my password to my phone, it starts it out. Let me try. And then people just start putting their password.
Doesn't surprise me.
Don't fall for that trick, guys.
I mean, I've seen people fall for the fake ads of, oh, you can use your microwave to charge your iPhone.
Oh, right. Or, oh, is your phone wet? Don't put rice on it. Put it in your microwave. It'll kill it off. What's the funny numbers on the back of your credit card? Oh, I don't know. They're really weird. Those funny little numbers?
3.
Kevin Little doesn't work on credit card info. Yeah. You got to get a lot of info, but you could probably try to make that work. All right, guys, we have the 3rd round coming up here, best of 1, and then our finals match between the last 2 undefeated people out here. Your boy went 4-0 that day. That was fantastic, but none of my points mattered. I didn't lose. It just on paper I did. Everything on paper I lost because I gave up on
you took 2 games, didn't you?
Yeah. No,
you got a bye.
Oh, So,
and then Divine
yes.
gave you his win.
So those two were kind of free wins, yeah. But the bye one, I ended up playing a fun match and I ended up winning that one. So technically, that was still a win. Let's hope I didn't use all my good luck on a Tuesday where the points.
Well, you got good luck by not getting paired against me because I would have slaughtered you.
It's good to know. Captain Literal, I heard that you go undefeated at Lifelink locals. Jimmy will give you a shirt off his back. No, Captain. No. I'm keeping this shirt. This shirt is my shirt. You can't have it. You can get it on an unsponsored AnimeApe.com because I really love their clothes. Anime Ape. Not sponsored and not affiliated whatsoever. Great store, though. Love their anime stuff. Stay home, bro, Potter. Love it. All right, guys, we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break and get to the third round. Welcome back to Homebrew Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me,
Me.
Porter indeed is here with me, and we're getting ourselves into round 3, guys. Ready, because right now we're going to see a repeat of Colin, who's taking benefit of the fact that my matches don't matter again. I'm going to be playing into this thing because I love these events. I love hosting these events. I love to give out as much as I possibly can to the community that can play in these events. So I will be participating in all parts of it. However, I don't want to be in the finals or anywhere near it because I, as a recorder and trying to make sure that everything goes smoothly during the day of recording and all the hosting stuff that I do during that event, I don't have time to play in the event and do both. It's too chaotic, guys. I've tried to do it too many times and just found out it just doesn't work. So I'll always be out there and help people get better at the game and help them get better at the decks. And you guys can get a free win if you want to, because you do have the option. I always tell everybody. But if I do end up going undefeated, not only will I not get any prize support at the end of it, I won't even be counted on the board. So if I'm in first place, second place is first place. So it doesn't matter where I land on the board or how well I do. You won't see my name anywhere on it. In fact, even at the end of this thing, we're going to show you guys the leaderboard, and my name is nowhere going to be seen on it. Okay, check your Discord DMs. Thank you, Scoffrick. I do like the strategy you have here. I will never have to do laundry again. I'll just keep winning Pro Pie shirts. It is a good strategy. It is a good strategy. Thanks to the pack, bro. And the shirts. No. It's funny. My wife is from Virginia originally. We're in VA where you guys... so we're in Central Virginia and located in Ruckersville. And we do sell Magic the Gathering. We do every single TCG, in fact. We're down. We've got even some of the lesser known ones like Final Fantasy, not the MTG offset, the actual TCG itself. We have packs and stuff for that as well. Also sports cards. We just moved into that. And we're moving into Lego and modeling here soon. So Lifelink Games is really stepping up with like making sure we're accommodating most underrepresented games. We do have places where you can play D&D and support games if you want to. But a lot of the TCGs are where we're trying to focus on helping Grand Archive get off. We're trying to help the Dragon Ball Fusion world. And we're like one of the few reps in the Central Virginia area that allow that. Digimon as well. We're the only ones still willing to host those things and keep those events going. And Union Arena. Most stores are not willing to gamble with that. It says Fab. Yes, we'd also do Fab. Yeah, huge on Fab. I mean, if you saw us on Sunday, you'd seen the ProQuest that we're hosting there. And every Wednesday we do go live. Hopefully, at some point, I'll make enough money from this job. I don't need my day job anymore. And then I can actually just host it and give you guys content for literally every single TCG. And give you the kind of content you guys seeing here with different casters for those other TCGs. That's what I'm building for anyways. I want to host every single TCG. I want this to be the place to go when you're playing your TCGs. Because in the realm of digital, where everything is like not owning your own product, I'm going to stay in the realm of own your own product. And TCGs is the best way to own your game and not have to worry about other people taking away from you. Turning off the servers, if you will, and you not being able to play the game anymore. I might be able to do business hookup with you in Okay, cool. I'll talk to you about it. All right, in Solid MTG and Solid Virginia too. Nice. Obviously, VA is a big state, yeah. But I would love to facilitate the deal between... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk about it afterwards. Scoffrick, I appreciate it. Thanks to Discord chats. Yeah. Can you save the Saga Spirits? No. There's the Spirits. What was that game called again? Battle Spirits. Saga. Yeah. Sorry. There's nothing in my power that can make that thing work. So I'm just gonna do my best to get the games in our. I mean, League of Legends is coming out with a new game soon. We've been doing our best to fire off with that new. What was the game in Gen Con? It was like Altered or something. Was it Altered?
There's that.
Yeah, there was another game that was really popular. We hosted that for a while. We're still trying to get those big tournaments for those guys, but we're also telling them they need to develop more leader cards equivalent, or that's for One Piece players to understand. They need to develop more leader cards to make the game more interesting because they've only come out with the base set, and they have in the last 2 set releases they've not introduced anything new. So the game is kind of getting stale. So I need to really step up the game there.
Like the only games that I can think of that are like really prevalent that we don't support in Lifelink are Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have a couple Yu-Gi-Oh! Products, but not a lot.
Yeah. Battle Spirit Saga, that is, yeah.
And then there's also Alestrals, which is like a more independent card game that I know you guys don't host yet.
Yeah, we've done the Star Wars. I almost forgot about that one. We got huge tournaments of Star Wars. And we've done, what is
Lorcana.
We got Lorcana. Oh yeah, a lot of Lorcana. Sundays are big Lorcana days.
Pokemon.
Pokemon, of course, you're never going to give up on that one. If we could get more product, we'd be making a fortune. Unfortunately, and fortunately for you, when it comes to Pokemon, we have hard locks on not allowing, we're fighting against scalpers. So what we do our best is to make sure that you always get it at the MSRP or as close to MSRP as possible. So if we can get the product from the distributors at MSRP, that is what we're going to be selling it at, and that's what we give it. If we have to buy it from aftermarket, then the product's a little bit more expensive. That's only if we can't get the product from our distributors. But when it comes to like release events and everything, that's MSRP, guys, including Pokemon. But it's one per customer because the product sells out so fast, and it's hard. And for some people, if we can see that you're kind of a scalper, we might just open up the box on you, just to prevent you from trying to do what we're trying to prevent, which is people just buying the product and then going immediately outside going, twice the markup, if you want it. Yeah. Akora? I don't know what Akora is. I know that we got, what's it, Cardfight Vanguard, we still have some representative, and we still have, what is the other one that's only good in the South right now? That's an anime game. It has a bunch of anime IPs. White Schwartz, yes. We even have some White Schwartz stuff that we're trying to support. We don't have enough players for White Schwartz yet, but we still have.
Last I saw Lifelink, you had the Chainsaw Man decks and nothing else, and those have been rotting on that shelf for over a year.
Unfortunately. If we get a player base, we'll support it. And we'll do our best to help those players that want to play these games. We need a player base to work with, and if I can get at least 3 players, I'll be the 4th, and I'll always make sure we can launch. But that's a bare minimum for me. I got to make sure that there's at least 3 players that want to play it, and then from there we host it and make that work. So that's basically how our store works. Alrighty, let's get into the deck list for round 3. There's gonna be 4 rounds today. Alrighty, so this is a list that you might have seen in round 1, the starter deck Luffy 21. But this is a lot different than most people's lists because this is Colin we're talking about. And Colin, it took a lot of convincing to get him off starter deck 1. This is his starter deck 1 since OP09, and it hasn't changed.
OP09?
Yeah.
Oh.
Shanks.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's just his starter deck 1 list with the new leader.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
His last upgrade was from OP09 from starter deck 1, and the only upgrade we've finally been able to convince him to do was upgrade to starter deck 21, Luffy. So a lot of the same things you'd see from starter deck 1. Keep being the gold standard for TCGs. All right, Scoffrek, have a great night. Thanks for coming out. Don't forget, we are giving away 2 packs in the stream, so you could win 2. And who knows, I might save on some shipping here. So I could be sending you out both at the same time. But thanks for being here. Appreciate you. So yeah, this is your Shanks build. We've talked about the Rayleigh for kind of control here, but mostly this deck is just trying to rush you down. It wants to see the Ronor Zoros Kid Killer at you at 2 life and double Kid Killer you for games sometimes. It's top end with a Goldie Roger, which I highly recommend most people playing. And those who might not be familiar, this one's a really nice leader. If you have 1 Dawn attached, you can give up to 2 Rested Dawn cards to one of your characters. So it works kind of like a dragon, where dragon says if you have a 7k or what is it? If you have a 7k power or less, you can move to
move to attach Dawn to something else.
Yeah, where this one gets to take 2 rested and attach them.
Yeah.
So kind of in the realm of what the monkeys seem to be doing in life. And he's going up against someone you just saw on camera last round. Shanks and Wolf here.
It's Shanks. It's another Shanks deck. You've all seen Shanks. It's been around for quite a while. You've seen it plenty on this channel. You've probably seen it plenty other places too. Mm-hmm. It's Shanks.
Yeah. This is a deck that is clearly one of the top, not bait, as some of the people on Twitter like to get some rage bait from people. But a very good deck. It is always going to be the format, and I think really telling, given that we're still fresh into this new meta that we're all trying to discover, since we don't have copy-paste lists that we can get from Asia during this time, because our ban list is a lot different. We lost Lucci, lost Black Yellow Luffy.
Lucci actually is still around.
Just not enough people wanted to play it around our store. I understand. I've seen people playing it. I haven't seen anybody in our area still willing to give it a shot after losing 2 powerful cards. Dolphy's still around. It's still doing well. Just not many people willing to play it after they lost Jimbei, because its powerful starts are now kind of weakened, if you will. That really powerful turn 1 swing with Jimbei into Edward Weevil, just no longer a thing anymore. Don't have to worry about that. And the other deck was, I guess, Anel. Anel's always been in the format. I don't think it's gone either. I think it's just weakened.
Anel will be back. Even if it's gone, it's coming back.
Oh, I agree. I completely agree. So this is our deck list for the 2. We'd say more, but I mean, you guys can go back in the VOD and check out the earlier take on here. We've given the full description. This is Control Shanks versus a very rush Luffy deck. Let's find out how quick this one's going to be. Red on red, you know it's going to be quick. And a best of 1.
I mean, it's Control Shanks, so it is a control deck. It is about grinding the game down. You can't really conceptualize it as red.
Red, yeah, that's fair enough. I do like that Shanks does have these different variants in which you can play. So this isn't the rush versus rush. Rush versus rush, you'd definitely be a fast start. It looks like Shanks, Wolf won the die roll again and put Luffy on, which again is something you don't want to take away the play or going first away from this Monkey D. Luffy deck. So Wolf recognizing the matchup and playing off curve on his own because he prefers to play even, but knows that it's just too much power for these red decks to allow them to go first. Alright, easy attack into life here, and counter out, and Hongo Bongo is a follow-up play. Set up for maybe some future control plays here. Dawn for Colin here. This could be the turn where I don't know what optimally he would play in this situation. Maybe a Rush Ace, or sorry, a Rush Roronora Zoro, and
Zoro, and then that's like if we played a Zoro, that we're not going for that line.
Yeah,
because what I was thinking is Zoro, put 2 Dawn under that, swing 7 with that, swing 7 with lead, because we have the Nami.
Cap Literal says, if Shank wins, make a YouTube video that shows Jimmy doing Sugoi face pointing at Luffy on the ground with Porter dressed as Jay and Jay from Silent Bob nonchalantly in the background. Title would be Luffy gets
I have no idea what these words mean.
You've never seen Clerks?
No.
Oh no, man! I gotta get you to watch some Clerks. You got some downtime. We can show you Clerks. Clerks is great. Jay and Silent Bob were characters that were created from that.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
They have their own movie. It's Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, but they created from Clerks essentially.
Right. No, I know what you're talking about. I've never seen it though.
Correct me if I'm wrong out there for the lovers. Was Clerks first or was Mallrats first? Because I'm pretty sure it was Clerks, then Mallrats, then Clerks 2, then I'm sorry, then Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, then Clerks 2. Those deep in the lore of what the movie order there. I think that is. Don't quote me on it, but man, I love the series. Man, back in the day, he used to make amazing content. Nowadays, I don't know what's going on. Would love to see like a Clerks 3 in today's day and age. I don't think it would survive. Clerks for sure. All right, thank you, Chamo. Appreciate it. All right, 6 going into Rono Zoro. All right, easy counter out. And Lucky Roo, another card that this card is so devastating against red decks. They hate seeing this thing because all of their low to the ground rush things are just absolute targets and just fodder for this Lucky Roo.
Okay, then don't KO it.
Yep. Cap Literal says, I think Clerks was the progenitor. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because they did this black and white thing. It was really cool. And it was in an age where they could do color, but they did it in black and white intentionally.
I mean, yeah, I know a little bit about those. These are from like the 90s, right?
80s and 90s? I want to say it was either early 90s or late 80s, but yeah.
Color film has been around since like the 1930s.
I have to be sure. Sometimes you guys tell me that you didn't even know what 9/11 was, so I have to make sure. Like 94, thank you. I'm glad we got some Googlers out there. Thank you, appreciate it. So it was early 90s, 94. When he was actually working at the shop. Yes, that's right. Man, you guys are taking me back. 1994. I was actually there when it came out. Was following the lore.
We know you're
Kevin
old.
All right, looks like we got a counter out with leader effect from Wolf here. Captain says, I love seeing Lucky Roo. It's like a smile as though him into life and bodies are usually too big for him to kill, right? Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. All right, here comes an 8K swing from Luffy. How much want to bet he blocks this and KOs the Zoro?
He could KO the Nami as well.
That's true. Get rid of that working piece. Oh, he goes to the Nami! Look at you.
He did it last game, so
yeah.
I figured that he was going to do something similar.
It's a utility card for this, and he recognizes it. The Nami never really attacks, just sits there as constantly a leader enabler. And I like Wolf recognizing that is an enabler card. Get rid of one of those key pieces.
Saves a Dawn every turn, so makes
Absolutely.
sense.
Great with making the math a lot easier for late games. Mm-hmm. Just a jolly old fat man doing his thing. But Lucky Roo, I don't... What deck do you think hates Lucky Roo the most? I would say red personally, but that's just my bias because of course
It's never been a problem to me, so...
Sup, nerds? DKish, welcome back. Good to see you. And thanks for the exclamation point join. If you guys haven't done so, please do follow suit with the exclamation point join. We got 2 packs to give away. No hits from this box. No hits yet. Not yet. Hopefully tonight. Maybe a manga. What's the manga for this one?
Boa.
Boa! I haven't seen that one in person yet. And Ocean Man. Welcome, Ocean Man. Good to see you. All I see is red. Honestly, it is.
All you will see is
that's
red.
all you're going to see is red. Hate to spoil it for you guys, but you're going to see a red matchup. One of these two is going to win and take over the table for the championship, and another red deck is going to come in and replace him.
I tried to stop it, but Merc got a 2K counter off of his last life, and
that was just what he needed to perfectly get it.
Yeah, no, that exactly was what saved him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dcash, yeah. You look at all those deck lists, you're like, that's a lot of red. And don't let that fool you. If you weren't here in the beginning, we explained to you, it's actually quite diverse. It was just red was super lucky in these best of one. And I think that's really where best of one, where you can take advantage of it. The Bella Betties and these really fast aggro decks really can take advantage of best of one formats. Steal some easy, quick games and just keep running through.
In shorter tournaments like this, and longer tournaments, not so much.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The more games they have, the more the people are going to be able to play around it. So if you give them more games, these little quick rushy decks or glass cannon type decks are not near as successful. That's what I'm saying. Colin, he's calling you out, Ocean Man. Still need to update his deck. Which deck? Oh, I mean, yeah, you do need to update Colin's deck here. And we've talked about it. We told him, but this is actually his. Sorry. Out of all the lists up there, this is actually a card for card what is in his list.
And is Colin in the regionals?
I don't know. I can't remember. I didn't question. All right, good. I thought you were wearing sandals for a second. I was about to really feel bad.
Why?
Because I stepped on your foot.
Barely felt it.
Thank good. All right. You're saying I'm with that week. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying I'm numb inside.
Oh, no. No, we have such a great matchup. We got 8 Dawn turn here for Colin. Looks like a dragon play. Or... maybe Silver's Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh! Gonna come cleaning something up. Alright, Yasop.
So we could get rid of the Yasop here, or we could clean up the Hongo before it becomes a problem. Getting rid of the Yasop makes sense, gets the body off the board. We can't really swing with anything because the leader's at 6.
Mm-hmm.
And we used up all our Dawn, so we can't use leader effect to actually be able to get into anything.
Yeah. I love that Wolf just represented as reduced attack, like it's gonna matter. Because I don't think there's anything in Colin's deck that can attack an active character. Alright, back to Wolf here, and this is his 9 Dawn turn.
Only Usopp and worse Usopp really have the ability to attack active characters.
Was there any deck that was playing that? Was the Sanji deck playing that one? No.
I'm saying Usopp and worse Usopp as in the Usopp deck and the worse Usopp deck.
Oh, gotcha. Chain Low, I just want to do it. And the dice are so good. I appreciate you bringing those in. These are great things that I need for camera. That just showcase the reduction here.
Wait, why is the Otama going to gray?
He thinks it's a building snake.
No, because building snake would go bottom of deck.
Yeah, but he thinks it's a building snake.
How do you know that?
Because he put it in his yard.
But building snake would go to bottom of deck.
He thinks it sacrifices itself like building snake.
Oh, that's what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, he knows it doesn't go to the bottom of his deck, but he thinks that you have to sacrifice the Otama. The Otama's non-play. Chain Low. You don't have to... You don't
Judge. This would just be a warning, but whatever. Still judge.
What? What's it matter?
It messes with the game state and misrepresents the game state.
I guess, yeah. In a way, that's just a card that would die if his board got wide enough. Here. Sacrifice the child, says Captain Literal. I'm aware it was a brain fart. Yeah, I figured as well. Oh, he brought it back. All right. Did Colin ask you? I'm curious. Was Colin like, what'd you do to Otama? And Captain Literal's here. Sacrifice the child. He did, okay. It's like, what are you doing? See, did you honestly, in like the back of your mind, because I've done things like this too, cards I think that work similar. Did you think that this might have been a building snake type effect where you had to sacrifice it or something to get the added ability?
He's played with Otama so much, though.
Yeah, but he's also played with building snake longer than anybody else. Like the first time I got to see building snake was in one of his decks. Like obviously I know it's a card, but on camera the first time I got to see it was when he started playing it.
And you'd seen the effect of Building Snake before Building Snake was even printed.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I would. So Chainlow says, I was focused on the reduction. I just treated it like an event. Oh, so you thought it was an event? Interesting. I mean, meeting Otama would be an event, so I can see where you could get the confusion there. Like you said, it's just a break part. But Captain Literal says, in a way, I'm with Porter on it, because if it's supposed to be at the bottom of the deck, but is in the yard, opponent who is at grave monitoring may get the wrong idea how many cards in each cards may appear. Ah, that's fair. All right, Captain Literal, that's a great argument. Yeah, agrees with you. All right, we're gonna have to call judges going on here, which I can't believe I agree with.
How does it feel to be right? That's all I have to say, Captain Literal. How does it feel to finally be right about something?
What is it with you two? I gotta take you two out to dinner at some point. I think you guys be a riot. All right, we gotta. What K is this?
That was a
6K.
So
right.
a leader affected and 1K out of that.
Okay. And took a life for the dragon swing here.
Okay, well, 4 life. Okay, but we can just go forward, clean up that.
Yeah. I don't think...
The Zoro's back at 5K. Really, is only until the end of the player's turn. So.
Yeah. Oh, yep, there he goes.
There we go.
Yeah, Wolfing gonna miss that. He just loves showcasing those awesome dice. Where'd you get those things? If you don't mind me asking, Chainlow. Curious where you got those dice. Chainlow, except it was supposed to be in the field, not bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that still would have misrepresented things.
Yeah, that's basically what they were the point they were trying to get at Chainlow is that the misrepresentation of like what's where. If you're trying to count the yard and trying to count these things, board state is important. It is important to keep track of. Let you know like what caused us to go to the yard. Was this a counter out of something, or was this a play? Well, it looks like we got double reduction here. Otama and Hongo Bongo.
Okay, so now it's a 5K.
And Ben Beckman trashing it.
And now we still have the Rayleigh swing to life.
Nice.
We did have one out, but the Radical Beam would only be 2K anyhow because we were at 4 life.
Oh, these are from Amazon? Alright. If you see... I don't support Amazon, but if you see these, I might get these on Amazon.
You do realize where we're streaming on, right?
Basil Bucks! Give me the Basil Bucks! I want his money, I just... I don't want to support him. Fair enough, that's actually a good point. Cap Little says, already, it is time I head out. It is time for me to head to my locals with a janky modified starter deck 21 deck. Please tell me your results. I need to see them in the chat and Discord, Captain. Please, I want to hear about these things. I'll let you know if you win anything at the end, but thanks for joining us. Yes, good luck, indeed. Thanks, Chainlow, to that. Crush it. I hope that he has such a good time that he's just like, man, there's something to read. There's just something to read. Ooh, here we go. Colin. It's a lot of tapped on here. Is he gonna Shanks here? I don't know if Shanks is the right answer right now.
I mean, I don't know. Like, with this, against this board state, you're really rough.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not sure.
I feel like Colin, if he has to take the turn off to go for board versus face, he's just losing this battle. Like, his best bet right now is to put out a big body and try his best to survive next turn.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, Roger.
Worse than Shanks, arguably, in this position.
In this one, absolutely.
Because there are no blockers on board. Mm-hmm. Neither of player is at 0 life. So Roger is just a 13k with Rush, which is solid, but arguably not enough to really warrant playing it right in here unless we're just desperate.
Yeah. And he's getting 0 count out of his hand. It doesn't look like Colin had a whole lot of options. So, Goldie into Rayleigh, I imagine this one's successful. If Wolf counters out of this, I dread what's going to be on the backswing.
Well, we don't have a clean lethal on board currently. Like, if we maybe have a Shanks in hand, I would say there's maybe a clean way to lethal, but even then, that's still a bit too risky. Yeah, letting that go through.
5 and a Hongo Bongo.
Hongo, makes sense.
getting these utility reducers out of the way, just in case there was a hand he could reduce enough power from Goldie Roger to Ben Beckman or Rayleigh Trash. It'd be a weird strain of cards you have to do to get rid of this.
So you need to get down to 6k, so you need to minus 3, 4, 7k power. So Hongo plus double Building Snake would do it.
Alright. In the tank here. Okay, cool. Decides to let it go. Let's go with Ben Beckman. What would you do? Would you load up and try to... Because I know Wolf loves to concentrate on board, but would you... 4 cards in hand. Imagine 5k on average is what he has in hand. So 18. Yeah, he doesn't even have enough Dawn to fully load up the Ben Beckman and swing into this thing. That's one of those hard to answer targets here. And he could do it. He doesn't have an open Dawn, so it doesn't interfere Radical Beam.
Radical Beam would only be 2k anyhow.
Oh, that's right, because he's still at 3 life. Yeah. So Wolf trying to do some math. 10 Dawn turn. I mean, Shanks is such an easy counter out. Shanks just going to lower it up to equal attack. Wolf thinking hard on this one. Definitely feeling like he's on the back foot at that Roger play, which is coming from Wolf's perspective. I can see like the life difference here. It's not looking very strong. He's lost a lot of his board presence here, and this just Goldie Roger's just really strong. All right, testing the waters. 5k to life. Mama Sim, good to see you. Welcome back to the chat. You got some packs to pick up at the Lifelink. You gotta come back, Mama. We've missed you.
Okay, got some 1k out. And now we're just loading up killing for the Roger.
Alright. He has 17. And doesn't have it. Nice. Okay, took a risk and it paid off. Congratulations. You were just there? Oh, I'm sorry. He doesn't know who's in the winnings sometimes. I just deliver those packs. I'm sorry. Next time, if I do see you there, I haven't seen you in a long time, Mama, but next time I see you, I'll make sure to get that pack to you. But if you can remember, they're behind the counter waiting for you.
Was that 7 Dawn under Luffy to go into the...
Yep. I think so, yeah.
Well, we've kind of reached parity here, so...
There you go. But he got a blocker on one side and 2 deafening, like, scary Otamas. I don't know if you've ever felt an Otama slap, and it's not okay. It does not feel okay. Thank you, Mama Sim. I really appreciate you coming here. And congratulations for being in the running for one of these potentially 2 hot... Ooh! Yeah, after I beat him up. 2 hot packs. We haven't had a hit yet. No hit. Come on. Let's get a hit tonight. Feeling like a kickoff is a good time for it.
Okay, Beckman, KO.
Oh. AK swing. Probably going to level out the life here.
Probably into lead, huh?
Yeah.
No, we're just swinging into the void.
Haven't you?
No.
I swing into the void all the time. I'm like, yo, why you gotta treat me like this, man?
When you swing into the void for long enough, the void swings back.
Right? And then you have an equal ground for a good fight. It's fair. Oh, alright, so we got a Nami search. That's probably a good sign for Wolf. But nice find. Good little rush. Luffy off the top here.
It could maybe do something.
Put some more pressure on.
Yeah.
And there's no blocker, but it doesn't matter. You get a nice little 6k body. Do you like this one, or do you like the new one from Star Trek 21 better? The 5 rush. 5 cross rush.
They are very different cards.
Yeah.
They have very different niches.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I would say I like both. Personally, because the decks I like to play, I like the 5-drop a bit.
Well, they're both 5 here. But
no, I'm saying the old one, the
ST1.
one.
Okay.
One, because I play Red Green Law, and it's more searchable in Red Green Law.
Fair, absolutely. So here's the old one coming in at it. Chainless says, I don't know about equal ground. Sounds like you started it. Void just finishes it. Fair. So let's see. 8k coming in. Looks like you got an easy one in life. And Shariah. Shuya, whatever.
Shreya.
Shreya? Yeah. The film guy. Blocker coming back from Colin here. Like that, Chandler. Yeah, the Void does win quite often, guys. Sorry. Journey down the Void, and sometimes you just get lost. Colin in the tank here. No, I'm sorry. Wolf in the tank here. 10 Dawn. Let's know how he's going to navigate this. He's been spending so many times just making sure that the board's cleared up here. Looks like a 5k to life. Probably testing, trying to get the block out. Maybe testing the hand to see what he's looking at for counter. Might see an Otama Slap. Could see an Otama Slap. That would be awesome and hilarious.
That would not be enough for lethal here.
What? I mean,
Unless this goes
math,
through.
Yeah, it didn't though. It got countered out. Now Otama Slap's not really the option here.
Okay.
Ooh, Ben Beckman gonna get rid of that. So interesting. Went for the blocker over. Okay, so he's just gonna load up and attack the low
swing
feed.
into the Luffy.
Yeah. It's risky though, because this isn't a guaranteed. Colin still has 3 cards. Two cards in hand.
So this either gets every card out of hand.
Yeah.
Or.
No, there's just not. There's no math. 6k, even 2Ks can't get out of a 10 swing. So that's perfect math.
Oh
for Wolf
yeah,
here.
that's 10 swing. I thought it was 8.
Yeah,
so.
perfect math from Wolf. He knew exactly what he needed to swing. There was nothing outside of. No, he'd still have to have 3 cards. There's no way he can. He'd have to get that Dawn up. And then for a Radical Beam. Get those 2 mixed up all the time now. Because we see them so frequently. 3 cards in hand, Colin. Really run out of options. He is ahead on life, but needs to get through that last life and a swing into
we
Wolf.
saw Colin's hand last turn. It was a Bad Manners, Kick Course, and a Radical Beam.
Okay.
So we would need to see another like 5-cost rush off the top, and then like evenly distribute the Dawn between the two, and hopefully win that way. I think that like maybe a Dragon could also do it here.
Okay.
But those are like the only 2 options that actually do anything in this position.
Mm. Yeah, I think it would be all or nothing if he can Dragon Swing this one.
Okay,
Can't take a life. He's looking for options. That's all this is.
yeah, because
his hand basically does nothing but defend.
yeah, that can't attack this turn.
Hopefully he doesn't think it has Rush.
We're not playing Sanji this time.
Yeah.
Decided not to put the rest of Dawn under.
I mean, yeah, don't... Well, Dragon wouldn't matter. I don't know if it would have mattered at all, to be honest with you.
I mean,
3 cards in hand.
Dragon... I mean, now we know that was the top deck.
Mm-hmm.
So...
We would have had gotten a Dragon off of life, but with how Colin's handling his Dawn, I don't think we have it.
No. Alright, 8k swing. Hoping for the best. If he goes board, thinks he has a turn, but I think this is just...
There's no way we have a turn.
No, I think...
Even if we go board, we have 2 swings, which is enough for lethal.
Yeah. I think his best bet is if he can get lucky enough to get this one through. And then...
Stack up the Nami.
Yeah.
Or if we have, like, a rush that we caught off a life.
Maybe. That's 3 Zoro? So we can go in for 9. 9k, is this going to be enough for the lethal? Is this going to be it? 9. If he takes this, leader effect, and double! Wait, that's not enough, is it?
Leader effect plus double 2k is enough.
9, 8. Yes, it is. Yes. Double 2k is enough. Colin, oh man, took the risk. It did not pay off. All right, this looks like with Colin with 2 cards in hand, 1 life, no blockers. Math seems pretty simple to me, right? 2 10s and close it out.
Wolf doesn't know the cards in hand, but we could just go 9 9 and, or we could go 9 11 and never forget.
And Chainlow saying that 2K from life was literally what saved him in that situation. Yeah, not going to be enough. 7 and 7. Both the swings coming in. Yeah, Colin just saying, listen, you get the 5K, I got to discard my hand, so you now know. Both your swings are going to be lethal here. Wolf takes it down for the win. Congratulations, Wolf. Gotta get this thing reset up. Let's try to fix it.
Streamer, everyone.
Yeah, professional. I know what I'm doing here. I gotta get the board set up here for the last game. The next one's best 2 out of 3, so I know that we don't normally take a break this quick, but this last one's gonna be it, guys. So we're gonna take a quick break. Got the 2 packs gonna give away. We got best 2 out of 3. Thank you for both Wolf and Big Merc, who are gonna be on camera. We're gonna have Edward Newgate, another red leader, 6K body, versus Shanks, the one that reduces your leader back down to 5K. We're gonna see which one of these two can take down.
I mean, not during the turn where that actually matters more.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out. These 2 grindy decks, 2 red decks, and best 2 out of 3. So we get some more
is
content.
not grindy.
Big Merc says, get to watch me misplay on the opening. No spoilers. No spoilers, Big Merc. I know I spoiled the very beginning, so I'm kind of like, yeah. I said some stuff in the very beginning of the VOD that kind of like ruined round 1. And I do apologize. I tried to talk past it, and he didn't bring attention to it, so thank you for that.
What happened?
Oh, you weren't even paying attention. That's fine. Good. I'm glad. Maybe people don't pay attention to me when I talk, and that's good. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. That was a good try at the end. Yeah. Thanks, Lily Dubot. Let's go. No worries, Big Merc. No worries. All right, we'll be right back.
You're my star tonight. Oh, oh, yeah. Your light gets me through the night. Oh, oh, yeah. We fly and we soar the heights. Oh, oh, yeah. The sky will be ours tonight when we collide. I believe in you and I believe in you and you're my star tonight. Oh, oh, yeah. Your light gets me through the night. Oh, oh, yeah. We fly and we soar the heights. Oh, oh, yeah. The sky will be ours tonight when we collide. I believe in you and I believe in you and I believe that we can write our story, yeah, 'cause we have the power to. I believe if we strive for that glory, yeah, then we'll have the world to.
Professional streamer here, guys. Welcome back to Humber Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me, the professional streamer in question, Porter in the house.
I'm not a professional. I'm not doing this for a job. You're the one trying to make a business out of this. You're the one who created the LLC.
That's true.
I'm just some guy who was randomly asked to be on this.
And I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, no, like I did it because hey, it was a great distraction from like my grandma dying. So
yeah, the
like,
first day. Yeah.
Literally, the first day was the day my grandma died. Like as we were streaming, I'm pretty sure is when she was dying.
Yeah.
Or, like when she died.
It was something to definitely be able to escape into,
Yeah.
which I appreciate.
And honestly, I'm glad that she's at peace now because she did not go cleanly. She was battling Parkinson's for like
years, like 5 years almost. So like it was really rough to see her deteriorate that much, and it was more okay. She's finally now at peace. Like morbidly, sort of, she basically got to plan her own funeral.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, may she rest in peace. And I'm thankful that we do have some kind of avenue for you and hopefully for you guys at home as well to have some escapism, because we're here to play some amazing card games, and we have our best of 3 that is just optional for these individuals. The absolute must is a best of 1 for these things, but both of them are willing to play it out to make sure that the first one to earn 4
he can
points.
have his content.
Yes. And we can see some epic gameplay between 2 red decks, because I'm curious. Which
I
one
feel
do you
like we've
think?
seen enough gameplay between red decks.
I think we need more. And this is what we're going to get. We're going to get some Shanks versus Edward Newgate.
Nothing but Dino Nuggies. Nothing but Dino Nuggies and Mountain Dew.
It's a great diet. You guys should try it sometime. Let's get into the deck list.
Man. And French fries don't count.
They couldn't hear the vegetable part. That was a good line. But when you go in transition, all they
Okay.
can hear is so they missed it. They missed it. I'm sorry. You told me I need to eat vegetables sometimes. I don't know. My
And
parents.
potato chips don't count.
Yeah. I did have
Potatoes I actually think are technically a fruit.
They're starch. They call them starch. I don't know if we can call them anything else but that. Because in the diet frame, anyways.
Right.
Alrighty, back to the deck list here. We have a deck we've seen already now for the 3rd time on camera. Not much we can really add to it. And the guys, this is a version of Wolf's deck. This is not Wolf's deck because we are getting ready for regionals this Saturday.
Yep.
We're not going to give away any little cool tech.
Few crucial
Ideas.
cards that are missing. This is an OP9 list, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, because we're missing some crucial cards that we know Wolf plays, like the Choppers and the Divine Departures.
Yeah, a lot of cards that you probably. I did this specifically so there wasn't a one-place lookup. Individuals going to the regionals couldn't be like, okay, if I got Wolf, I can look up his list, or I got Big Merc, or even myself. My list is pretty close to the actual.
He
list
doesn't
itself.
know what his list is.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's as close as you can get at this time.
Right. We'll find out Friday when I have to hit the submit button. So tomorrow we'll find out. I know that I have actually until Saturday morning, but I think Friday I'm just going to get it out of the way and submit something, whether it be Shanks, whether it be Smoker.
If you
Why
changed
not?
up to Shanks last minute,
Why not?
like, it's like you've been practicing so much with Smoker.
I've tried like 4 different versions of Smoker. You're right, and it is giving up all that practice. But do I need practice for Shanks? Do I need practice for
I mean,
Shanks?
you're gonna bring the Zoo variant, so
And yeah, oh no, I wouldn't. Not for the regionals. Not for regionals. That is not a best of 1 type of deck. That is a deck I can screw with you in best 2 out of 3. I am not taking the best of 1. It is too much. It's a weird deck that I can't guarantee that my mind game is going to work. I have to when I play the Zoo deck. I play a lot of mind games with people. Definitely not something I like to play in best of 1. If I did it, it'd be something probably more rush variant, using a lot of starter deck cards. If I was going to play the Shanks. There's a version I've seen that runs a lot of the ST1 cards, so it'd be like a Straw Hat Shanks build.
ST1 or ST21?
ST21, sorry. Thank you. Yep. With a lot of cards like that. It'd be a rush down variant if I did it at all. But this is the control variant of Shanks, the one that we've seen, and thankfully
The
it's
good
been,
one.
Yeah, the one that's been putting up good results. And now, and especially since it carried over from last season too, Wolf was our 2nd place individual, just missed it by just a hair for the MVP slot. Now might be chasing after the top slot. We don't know. He's been kind of nonchalant, saying, "I don't know if I'm gonna put that much effort into it. We'll see." Because right now he's guaranteed to get 2nd or 1st place, depending on how the results go. And we're gonna find out the leaderboard right after this. But he's going up against first time on camera this season, Big Merc, with Edward Newgate, the 6,000 power leader, which means of course he's gonna have a negative downside, right? What is that?
It has 6 life.
Has 6 life too. It's got to have a negative downside, right?
At the end of the turn, you get a free card in your hand.
True, but is that free card going to be like in late game the detriment to you, because you have to take this unless you're playing Newgate? And if I remember correctly, there's no Newgate on this list. Yeah, no Newgate. So there is none of the big, was it 9 costs that prevents
9
life
costs.
loss? Yeah, 9 costs that would prevent that life loss in the late game here.
It's a rush deck. You're not going to be getting that late into the game anyhow.
Yeah, I think if we looked at these two matched up again, this is trying to do a lot of the same thing we saw from the start at 21, but it's playing more of the OP10 cards than the start at 21. It's trying to beat the opponent down. It's trying to utilize that 6k body along with some great rush cards, some great utility cards. These are the cards I'm talking about. These ST21 cards are really powerful. You got this new Zoro that came in here. With 2 Dawn gets rushed, so on your 6 Dawn turn, you got a 7k swing. On KO up to one of your characters with 6,000 power or less, other than Ronor's Zoro from the hand, so you can basically get your Monkey D. Luffy. You can get out Portgas the Ace.
Chopper.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that early, but you can get a Chopper out, a nice little blocker replacing it, so if you're in the late game. Could put out a Sanji for another turn, come back here, so interesting to see the Wings of the Captain kind of comboing each other and not at ends with each other.
That's not Sanji. Oh, there is
This Sanji, yes. Oh, that's, I thought you were making a comment about it.
No.
Okay. So then you have this beautiful Sanji here that works just like Diablo Jumble.
No, it doesn't work just like, because this only works with 6,000 power or higher characters.
Mm-hmm.
Which is going to be most of your deck. But
Yeah.
Just important distinction to make.
Sure. And it does come with a nice little 2,000 counter on the stick here. Very beautiful card. I wanted to add this to my deck, but I don't have enough Straw Hat because this is limited to Straw Hat characters. So I wanted to put this in the Smoker deck, but just not enough targets. Otama, nice little 2k counter here. We have another this Ace. I love this Ace. A lot of people have been playing it, especially when Black was really strong. But this one has the ability to dodge removal one time. So once per turn, if this character would be removed from the field, that means return to your hand, put it at the bottom of your deck, KO'd, trashed. If it's removed from the field just one time, you can reduce its power by 2,000 that one time, and save it for one removal. So it means double removal or removal and then swinging into it with
Right.
a character as 4,000.
Also, importantly, we do get that first line of text off.
Mm-hmm. If your leader type is Whitebeard Pirates, you get rushed. So in most decks where we've seen it before, the rush is not there. However, in this deck, it is there. So, and we also have the 7 cost one here. On play, give 2 of your opponent's characters minus 3,000 power during this turn. Then if your leader includes the Whitebeard Pirates, which it does, this card gains rush. So you get the power reduction and a 7k rush with 7 power. It's awesome.
So, Big Merc, Ace's protection effect for the 5-drop does not work on battle.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Battle is 100% not the case.
It's only removal by card effects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of those beautiful RTFC. This is not a shot at you, but this is a thing to the community. Make sure you read it in its entirety, because of the way it's saying, if this card would be removed from the field by opponent's effect. This is not battle. Battle is not an effect in any manner. So, yeah. If I remove from the field from battle... Okay, yeah. Okay, yep. Big Merc just double checking. Making sure he's got it right. Like it. All right, also including this amazing 2020 Chopper we keep talking about. This card is so good. In most red decks, you're probably playing this card. And there's a reason this is a $3 rare, which for those at home that have not been in the finances, for One Piece, a rare card costing more than $1 is usually phenomenal. And this being $3 is insane because it is just that good. Anything else you want to talk about the list? And we have Divine Departure for the first time here that we've seen on here. I love this card.
Very good card.
Mm-hmm.
Very well designed. I do like it a lot. The fact that it's either a counter for your leader only leader, that is very important, or it's a removal is very strong.
Absolutely. And I love that the 8,000 power or less was specifically targeting the very person on the card. You have Shanks coming in with his attack with Divine Departure against Kid, which we've seen in the anime. This is not a spoiler. We've seen in the anime attacking the ship using his power, Divine Departure, to eliminate that deadly attack that uses Kid did let out in the vision and eyes of the Haki of Shanks. And of course, the Kid that they're referring to is 8,000 power. So it's that perfect removal against that defense. I love it.
It's a 9,000 power Kid, the yellow one.
Yeah, but I think given that they I don't know if this was intentional because they knew that Bonnie was playing the 8,000 Kid, now Smoker playing that 8,000 Kid. Like that combo has been around for so long that they picked the perfect
Set one card, so yeah.
Yeah, they picked the perfect Kid power amount for that KO and had him on the card for it too. So
I mean, literally every other Kid besides the yellow one is 8k power or less.
Oh yeah, all right. So I mean, yeah, they're trying to tell you something about the useless Kid. Not useless.
Yes, useless.
Useless. All right, let's get
it's useless Captain Mid.
Let's go into our final round. Best 2 out of 3. Big Merc gets the play. So I think Wolf finally lost his first die roll.
And he wants to go second, though.
Oh, I know he did. So it's not really that bad for him, but I know that he definitely wants, especially against all the decks he's played today. He's wanting to take that play away from his opponent. First, gonna get himself one of the new Sanjis. Love it. Looking good, passing back. And takes a life at the end of his turn, so if you guys are wondering what's happening, his Edward Newgate ability activated. Got a nice little start at 21 Luffy out of life.
Oh, it seems like Big Merc, when he was talking earlier, was thinking that he forgot to leader effect.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It was the previous round when you were against me that you put 5.
Okay. Yeah. Looks like everything lined up. See, now you get to watch this again, Big Merc. Not only did you get to live it, you get to watch it again. 6K coming to life. Really good counter against Shanks, because guaranteed Shanks doesn't get a free block anymore. At least not from the leader attack. Still has to defend. And decides to take life. All right.
And it's pretty early. I think we're fine to take here.
Absolutely. And coming out with that 3 for the Sanji play. Taking a life at the end of the turn. Back to Wolf. 4 to 5. The game windows down. Edward Newgate's life's going to be a little bit low. I wonder if Wolf changes up the strategy instead of playing control, tries to exploit the loss of life.
Well, I
tries to
feel like
match my
that would
speed.
make you want to play control more, because your
can
opponent
slow the
already
game.
is putting yourself on a clock, meaning you can focus more on board.
Yeah. I think mostly what I was referring to is like in the late game where he delegates every single turn to dealing with board. If he gives Edward Newgate at 0 life because of Edward Newgate's ability, he just decides, you know what, screw it.
At
move
that
out for
point, you
face.
just go for face, yeah.
Absolutely. 6 in the life, looking to force that Lucky Roo to pop a useless Nami or a Sanji and get the draw effect, so he gets some extra utility out of it. He knows that the Lucky Roo is going to pop something.
If we block with it.
Yeah. Now Wolf with the option is going to use the light leader ability to give 1k with a Ben Beckman counter from hand. Now means he can still use the Lucky Roo to block out of maybe a loaded Edward Newgate attack if he wants to. Oh, another big attack, or another big rush. Coming in 6.
Here I feel like we block just to get rid of the Luffy so that we don't have it on turns going forward.
That makes sense.
At least that's the play I would make.
And does have to worry about a 7k. Leader has already been used to counter the Sanji. So, on Wolf to determine, does this the one he blocks? No, takes
2K?
the 2k. Alrighty.
So we're going to block. I mean, I guess that makes sense. We can still KO. And this one requires less resources out of hand to counter. So yeah, now we block KO the Luffy.
Good heads up play from Wolf here. Gonna use Lucky Roo to KO the Luffy. Back to Wolf. Now at a 6 dawn turn. Good time to play maybe Yasop. Could go into maybe some more Building Snake if he wants to set up some late game removal to keep that control variant going. Did Big Merc take a life on that turn?
So 1 dawn turn he should have taken 1. 2 dawn turn or 3 dawn turn he should have taken 1.
No, I think he missed one.
Yeah, he missed it.
Yeah, Big Merc. Oh, remembers it now. Good.
Okay.
Okay. Big Merc catching it. Good, good, good. You'd think I was talking to him right now, the way that he thought.
I mean, maybe Wolf was talking to him, so.
I'm sure Wolf was. I think it's funny because it's pre-recorded. And we're talking about, like, did he do this thing? And then he corrects it based on our conversation. All right, Wolf, 5 and 1. This could be a Yasop play. What are the 5 drops does he play besides Yasop?
Nothing, I don't think.
So, could be leaving the 1 back for a Divine Departure.
Yep.
No, 6. Stacking up. What do we have at 6?
Divine Departure. Although I don't think there's a favorable Divine Departure.
Yeah, with killing Sanji right now. Not with Divine Departure. All right, gonna get a draw effect. Big Merc got a big grip. Lucky doesn't have to worry about putting.
Yep.
Here comes 4 for a Tony Chopper.
And now we're leaving 1 for the Divine Departure.
Gotcha. Nice. All right, Tony Chopper at 6k. Something that equally blocks the Edward Newgate. And now up to Big Merc on his 7 dawn turn to figure out, or is this, yeah, it's a 7. 7 dawn turn to figure out how he's going to navigate. Looks like he does have a 7 drop rush, which I don't know if this is the turn I want to play it. And he's got, looks like a rush, a lot of rush in his hand. He's got Monkey D. Luffy, he's got
Very rush
Zoro.
heavy deck.
But the question is, can he put out 2 threats? Because right now, the way Wolf likes to play, having to only answer 1 card each turn has been extremely beneficial for him.
Yep. It doesn't look like it.
All right, here comes 6K. He has to fate the Luffy ability. Want to do it before attacks because if it's a once per turn, right?
The Luffy?
Yeah, we're adding the rest of Dawn. That's once per turn.
It's when attacking.
When attacking, okay, never mind.
Yeah, so if you can restand it, you can do multiple times.
Nice.
Although that would only matter in green decks.
All right.
Really, that's what has restand. So I guess red green Luffy could restand it if you wanted to play that deck.
All right, on the attack, 6,
-1,
blocking 6.
and
Yeah, it's a free block. Taking the rest of Dawn, loading up his leader.
Yep.
7K currently with what looks like 1 open, maybe
2 open.
2 open. Thanks.
Believe it should be 2 open. Yeah.
5. Yep. You're. No. Yes, because it's the rest of Dawn. Yep. Should be 2 open. Good math. Nice job. All right, 7K. Looks like we're gonna get that leader, Divine Departure, just as he drafted it up. 2.
Wait, was that to leader? Because it looked like they were going.
Did he point? It looks like he pointed to the chopper.
I mean, Wolf did.
Did he point to the chopper? Do we take the risk? Do we take the risk? Actually, they can't hear it as well. I got it muted a little
Okay.
bit. So now we can hear. We're going to listen in. Hopefully, I'm trying to avoid the royalty-free music that's being played in the background. So, he decided on leader from recollection.
Okay.
3K, right?
7.
What is that? What's he right now? 6K. He's 6K? Yeah, 7 in life.
Okay.
7 in life. Yep. All right. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Man, you can just barely hear the music in the background. Hopefully you couldn't, honestly, because you could just barely hear. Could you hear the music in the background?
Not really. Like, faintly, but
Yeah.
we were also talking over it, so.
He did say life.
Yeah.
We had it clearly. It was properly correct. It was a good move. No Tony Chopper cries mistake today. Man, it's been a long time since we activated Tony Chopper crying.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, no, I think our local community is just getting better and better at the game. Even the new players. Like, we've seen a lot of new players out here. In fact, the leaderboard's going to have 2... I think they might have been on camera from some other event, but...
Oh, Big Merc put an unrested Dawn on lead for Luffy.
That's not even legal, is it?
No.
Oh. But could you do anything with that 2? I don't think there was anything in your hand you could do with the 2.
No.
No.
But we could have swung 8, which means Divine Departure would not... Or we could have swung 9, which Divine Departure would have required something else to counter out of.
Fair. I didn't notice that.
Or no, that would be 8, not 9. Which Divine Departure still can only bring you up to 8. We would still need another counter, and we already used Leader effect.
All right, Ben Beckman cleaning it up.
I see the 1 Rad Beam in hand, Big Merc, but you only had the 1, so
Yeah.
2 wouldn't have mattered.
Drawing for turn. Ooh, he's got that Sanji, but nope, nothing on board. Nothing on board to really give that benefit
We could
to.
put 5 Dawn under the Nami.
That
Or
is an
not 5
option.
Dawn, 4 Dawn.
Yeah, that
4
is.
Dawn under the 4 Dawn under the Nami to have it be unblockable.
Yeah. That is a play. I don't know if that's the play I would make, but that's a
No,
play.
it's not, but it is a play that is doable.
All right. All right, Dragon coming out to play, putting the 2 rested Dawn underneath Edward Newgate. Dragon coming in for life.
I feel like we cake this. We're still very healthy on life.
Yeah. Ooh, how's it going? Good to see you, girl. All right, here comes 8. Let's see if we get potential block. Reduction and counter? Because, I mean, I don't think there's going to be more aggression coming from Big Merc. Not from this turn, anyways.
What are you talking about? The 1 cost 5k rusher that totally exists?
There we go. Reduction.
Reduction.
to 7, and then blocking with 2020 Chopper for 6 and 2K out. So a nice little kind of free block. An easier
Put a
block.
card out of hand.
Mm-hmm. Big Merc down to 1 life, all from his own leader ability.
Yeah.
Wolf just making sure he's
Again.
cleaning up the board.
Like I said, the leader effect puts you on a clock on its own, meaning you're allowed to focus a lot easier on board.
Mm-hmm. Now, Big Merc does have a huge hand here, so I don't think Wolf's going to feel confident in making big swings just yet. Not dividing up here. Looks
Why
like...
are we? What?
Yeah.
I realizing, oh yeah, no, can't really do that.
Right? One of the best Wolf plays. Leader into Newgate. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, 7.
That will work. That will work.
Just needs a 2K though.
It's one of the nice things about having a 6K body here is that your basic 5K attack from leader just not possible.
Yeah.
And you can always do it. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. It's just
If you need a rested leader, it is something you can do.
yes. Also, if you just want to look funny on camera, you can do it. Really, hey.
I mean, sometimes the BM is worth it.
Right? That's so true. All right, Big Merc trying to figure out how he's going to divide this up here. I think trying to save that Radical Beam. Good call. But yeah, I think the 2K is the easiest answer right now. Give him the 2020 Chopper. No, don't use any of the rest of that stuff. Give him the 2020 Chopper.
Yeah, it's only a 2K counter because of your leader.
Yep. Yeah, just want to give him the 2Ks while you can. And you want to make him think you have a bunch of them. So I don't like taking this long before making a choice because we're kind of giving Wolf the idea that counter is looking a little awkward.
I mean, every card I see in hand right now has counter, it looks like.
Well, no. Let's see. We have the 0 cost. It's got the one open. It's the ones underneath the Bad Manners Kick Horse. I can't tell. I think those are, 2
Okay.
openers. Yeah.
No, the Zoro has counter.
The 7 cost, 4 cost the Ace, and the 5
Oh, that
cost.
is the 7 cost. I thought it was the 4 cost Zoro.
Oh, no worries. The 4 cost Zoro is before it. It's the card right before the Radical Beam.
Okay.
But the tail end here, if you look just...
Yeah, no, I saw
a
that.
quick second. Yeah.
Okay. Still, most of the hand had counter.
Yeah. 1K counter from life here. Using a Sanji. Here comes Dragon.
Put Tudon under the dragon, swing into dragon. Get the rad beam out of the way.
Yeah.
Although that does mean it's a catch-22 here actually because we want to keep the dragon up for board presence, but also losing the rad beam means that we're really vulnerable and we're going to be at 0 life next turn.
Yeah. So, looks like a 12. Is this going into life?
I wouldn't. There's no reason to go for life right now.
Outside of just making him use as much counter as possible from hand?
No, there wouldn't even be a reason to do that because if you did go for life, yeah, Chainless is dragon.
Yeah.
Because if you did go for life, the life was just going to be taken next turn anyway.
Yeah. It's just an additional card. And that's going to be the point where he doesn't take any more. Yeah. Good analysis. I like it. Alright, so it was going towards the dragon, and it was countered out. Rad Beam.
Alright, but it
But
means
got out
that
of hand.
we are a lot more vulnerable.
We can try to bluff it. I mean, he's clearly got that one set aside. Maybe he's trying to bluff it. 9K? Where's this
I
one
was
going?
saying, like, countering out of the dragon didn't feel great there because now we're at 0 life, meaning that we can just dedicate everything. We have to go to board here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Can't agree
Because
more.
otherwise, we're just swinging everything face next turn. That's what we're doing. They're going to be at 0 life. We just put everything to face, swing.
Alright. That's 6. Nine in the back.
Going to board.
See if he can go down to 8 and then 2K out if he wants to with the Hunter. Hey, the Sly Hunter! Can barely hear you all?
Can you hear now?
You sure? I mean, this thing's
Maybe you
coming...
need to turn the volume up on your computer.
It's coming out pretty loud on this end over here. It's... my waifus. No waifus on the table at the moment right here. My PC? Yeah, it's probably your... because right now it's coming up pretty loud. I'm looking at the volume bar here, and it's getting pretty close. I had to set it back so it wouldn't overwhelm your ears. Well, welcome back, Sly Hunter. Good to see you. All right. Looks like we blocked out of the dragon attack here. Not letting that Ben Beckman go.
Yeah,
Don't want to
no.
activate the leader build either. Because there was a nice... if he has 2K. We don't know if he has 2K.
Yeah. So here, yeah. Do we have blockers? I feel like we need blockers.
Alright. Let's see if Big Merc balls up. Nope, going for a rush.
Well,
He can tech 7 into...
but we still have leader ability active.
That's so true. Yeah. So good on Wolf for saving that. And definitely needs to put up some kind of blocker right now because at 0 life at the end of this turn, I mean, if he doesn't kill the dragon, dragon just loads up for a 19 swing, and there's no way he has enough cards in hand to block out of that.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, everyone's favorite waifu's been Beckman, Monkey D. Dragon, Shanks, and Whitebeard, right? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who doesn't want to waifu these people? Come on, come on.
Who doesn't want a crusty old man as a wife?
Right? Time to deploy the waifus. I mean, it'd be nice if I don't know how many waifus are played outside the Nami Searcher. What? I think there's a different Nami in...
Not
No.
in this build.
Not in these builds. Nah. A lot of testosterone in these builds here. Alright, so it looks like we're going to go 8 into Beckman, asking for maybe a leader ability reduction and a 1k counter. Looks like that's what the hand's going to
Yep.
look like. Yep.
We have 3 Dawn,
Mm-hmm.
or 4 Dawn, potentially 1 open, but we know that's a bluff.
The Sly Hunter has spotted the one waifu on the table. Well done, my man. Well done. She's been sitting there a while, not doing much else. Alright, this is... If he doesn't put out a blocker at this point, this game's over.
Does he have a blocker in hand?
I don't know. I couldn't see him
No.
in Shreya. He's got 3 Dawn. There's no blockers in hand. No. This is a bad turn for Big Merc. Unfortunately, he's got a bluff of Radical Beam that he doesn't even have. And even if he had Radical Beam,
It wouldn't be enough.
it would not be enough with the amount of cards in his hand
I mean,
to counter a
who
19k
knows? It
swing.
could be a radical beam in life.
Yeah. What is this? Blocking from hand, flesh and blood, right? This is the counter abilities. They're very close to the same mechanic. Very close. And here we go. 9 into Beckman. Or 10. Yeah, 9 into Beckman. And he's thinking hard on this one. I almost thought my computer froze at that point. Thinking this one through. Big Merc, I'm sorry, just this is... There's nothing... He can bluff the Radical Beam only once. It's just not enough. Nine
counter
Beckman
now.
and just bad manners, cake course.
Okay, end of turn, we need to take.
Yep. Maybe you get lucky and there's a Rad Beam out of life, but even...
That's not enough.
It's just not enough. Alright, back to Wolf. Let's see if Wolf sees it. Load up Dragon. Swing for game. Check the life, of course. Wolf, gotta make sure. You are a 0, correct? 7, okay. Just testing the waters, I guess.
Getting cards out of hand.
Ooh, Divine Departure.
So we do have something we can do with that.
Mm-hmm. So paid off? Just trying to bluff that. I can count the cards in the hand. He's trying to figure out if he can counter the 19. Oh, man.
That was
2 cards out of hand. 9 cost? Oh, so he's going for the 9 and 15. Interesting.
Okay.
I think the attack works out there. But I like the math with just a 19 swing. So, Divine Departure, going to put him up to 9, then he needs to give an additional 1. And then I don't think there's any way he can save out of 15. Just in case. Okay, so he's played it super, super careful here. I like it. Just in case. I'll go with the 15 lead. Just in case. Man, Merc just not figuring out. He's like, man, please don't, like, Shanks me or anything like that. I wouldn't Shanks here. I would just 15 up on life here.
Yep.
Oh, okay, Goldie Roger. Go 23k.
Missing
10 more
for
Dawn.
that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kinetic.
Yeah,
13. Okay, Divine Departure puts him up to 9. 11, 12, 13, 13, 13. That's all he had left. And then, oh yeah, because he wouldn't have been able to swing with his leader. Careful play right there. I think I still would have loaded up leader for that swing. What about you?
Yeah, that would have been slightly safer, but like, I guess Wolf was just thinking, okay, he didn't think he was dead next turn, so he just wanted to establish another body. That wouldn't even really mattered.
Still good heads up match. Well done from both players here. We're going to get ourselves into game 2. These guys willing. Now, this is not changing the rules. It is always going to be best of 1 for every single round, including the last round. But both of these players willing to play best 2 out of 3 to solidify who's going to go home with the coveted 4 points after tonight. To find out which one of these is going to be our first top of the leaderboard leader. Can't wait to tell you guys who it is. It's going to be fantastic. Could potentially have 2 more games here. Big Merc going to play a Dawn draw card from his life. Shameless says, I can't keep track of every card, and it was my first time playing Whitebeard. I don't know what card it has. Oh, all right. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to read, Shameless. I get you. There's a lot to read in there. And
Only if you want to.
I think, like, mathematically, it's easy. Like, again, I've told you this 1,000 times, Wolf. It's easier for us to look back and have the comfort sitting here just backseat driving and knowing what the math should be. But when you're in the hot seat, you're under the camera, you're trying not to make a misplay, and you're thinking to yourself, man, what are the possible counters? The unknown is terrifying. And it is a nerve-wracking thing. So sometimes you play the way you did. So you play the way you did, that's cool. I'm saying personally, if I had the luxury of backseat driving my own games, that would be the play I would make. Because I have the luxury to do that. So no shot against you. But definitely being way too cautious. I played worse because of it. Sometimes I think it pays off for you. I think, honestly, there's been some plays where I've seen you were so cautious that it was the perfect move to counter against my thing because I was trying to get you to play more aggressively and you didn't. So it has its ups and downs. You never know which line is the best one to take. Big Merc says, my first time playing this deck in real life as well. Oh, first time playing Whitebeard too? Well done to be in the finals. Sanji coming in for 6. I love these plays where he keeps putting the Sanji into Lucky Roo. It's like, all right, if you're going to pop something on my board, I'm getting something out of it. What do you think?
I mean, we just don't block.
Yeah, which I think is what Wolf's going to do here. Because he's like, all right, play something else. Play something else. I want some value. Yep, easy 2K counter from Lime Juice.
Here I would play the ace. Assign ace in his hand. If we play the Luffy, well,
okay.
That just dies to the... We either take here or counter out of this one. And then we block the leader swing. If the Luffy dies, the ace would have lived.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good line. Big Merc out there, if you see what he's talking about, going with something that has some more resilience, you could have gone with the Rush Ace that would have lived through the trash, meaning that he would have to force, if he wanted to block to pop something, he'd have to do the Sanji to even do anything. And that would get you that resource you're looking for. So that would be the line from our backseat driving, Big Merc, that we would have taken on this one. So 7K, excuse me, coming into life. We'll see if Lucky Roo pops the Luffy.
I mean, we absolutely here.
Yep, and there you go. Pops the Luffy. Yeah. Gonna add a Divine Departure to hand. It's got 2 1-cost counters. It's looking good. He's counting his turns, making sure he's been taking his life properly. Good on you, Big Merc. It's a lot to keep track of, and I'm happy of. Wolf going back to his turn. This is the 6th on turn. Yep. Did he stay even? Yeah, I imagine. No, I mean, Big Merc gets choice. That's right, because Big Merc lost this one. So winning the die roll and gets choice here. 7 into Sanji. Wow. Okay. Yeah. 7 into 4.
Get rid of the board. Get rid of the threats.
Yep.
Makes sense. Again, there's no reason to go for life here.
Yeah. You really want to just control the board state.
Yeah. No. Whitebeard puts itself on a clock.
Mm-hmm.
So you can focus down board very easily.
All right, gonna get the draw out of it. Another Divine Departure. Man, this guy's got 3 1K counters from hand. Here's another Lucky Roo. Man, what a good card against this deck too. Lucky Roo is surprisingly great. And I wouldn't even call it tech because it's a staple of Shanks, but such a great card.
Yeah,
in this
the
match.
Spicy tech.
Lucky
One
Roo.
of the strongest cards in the deck.
Right. So Lucky Roo really putting in some massive hate in the board control. Man, I didn't realize how much of a adverse card that was for Whitebeard, but I gotta say that would be the card I'd hate to see the most. Just like when I was playing Ploofy, I hated seeing the 7-cost Rest Sanji. If I'm playing Whiteboard Newgate, I don't want to see this. I don't
Okay,
wanna see
now
this
we
card.
play the.
Hey, there we go. There we go. Now we're learning. Now we're learning. This is exactly why Portgast Ace is in the deck, man. Right here to have the answers for these decks that have a lot of removal. Looking at the Divine Departure, I don't think he has enough Dawn to make that removal work.
After playing a 5-cost, no.
Yeah.
That's mathematically impossible.
Yeah, and it's 6 all together because you got to
Yep.
pay 1 and then rest 5.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's 6 in total. All right. Looks like we got a 7K into life here. We'll see if I doubt we'll see a block from Wolf
we
here.
don't block this one.
He's gonna reduce it to 6. Give it a 2.
Yep.
Tony Chopper. Coming in for 6 again.
Honestly, not even worth blocking here.
Yep. Don't do it. Oh, don't do it, Wolf. Don't block. I'm sure he knows how Portgast DAs works here.
I mean, he
So-
played it in earlier builds of his Shanks.
Yeah. He's like, you sure you want to block? Big Bird just trying to bait him. Come on. Come on. Wait, come on. You want to. You want to. Use it. Go ahead. I'll reduce my Portgast Ace by 2,000 and then
To the end of the turn. If the ace had an intact, I'd almost see that as justifiable.
Right?
Yeah, taking.
Gonna take.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Hey, girl.
If we don't have the counter to afford, like, if we couldn't afford the counter, then absolutely correct to take here. 3 life is still good.
Ooh, another Portgast Ace here. So he's going to be able to back it up with another rush. It's a little bit more difficult to get rid of. But our options from Wolf here can try to remove it, get that cost reduction, and then try to remove it again. I don't think he has enough Dawn for double removal. But he can definitely attack into it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Hey, girl. It's good to see you. Coming in for their mandatory pets here. Just getting a good smell. How are you? Doggo in the house, our HR manager, making a visit. It's Kaiju, HR manager. All right, gonna Ben Beckman to get that cost reduction. There we go. So, gonna get that -2, so now 4K. Maybe load up for a 6K swing into it. Make him save it.
Or use a rad beam. Okay.
Ooh, lucky. Ooh, Building Snake. What's that reduce it by?
3.
3. So we got a 1K. So we're gonna get a 5 and a 1K. Means he's gonna need 5K from hand just to save this from battle. At 1, we'll see at the leader. And he does potentially have 2 attacks if he wants the Lucky Roo. 5 in. Let's see if he defends it. If he does, I'm Lucky Roo attacking all day long. What do you think?
I could see that.
Because he can, right now with a 1 open Dawn, he can Rad
Yeah.
Beam 2K. And then at that point, I would Lucky Roo attack.
Yeah, that does seem worth it.
You've used so much resources to get it down to 1. Just do it. Just do it. Alright, here's a Rad Beam. Needs additional 2. There's 5. That was 5. Am I missing something?
Rad beam for 4, 5,
Okay,
6.
that's 6. Yeah, okay. Alright. Lucky Roo attack, just like we saw it. He doesn't have any more active Dawn, so... Oh, and it wouldn't matter, because you can't use it for anything but leader.
Yeah.
So... I don't think he has enough counter in hand to block this.
I see 2 2K. No, 3 2Ks.
Oh, he can do it. It costs him all of his counter. Is he willing to do it, though?
I would not be.
No, Big Mark, I'd let this go. I'd let this go. You win by getting that blocker to rest. Yep. Your win here was getting that blocker to be rested. I guess now he's wondering, he's like, can I reduce it again? Nope.
And in battle, it doesn't work either.
Yeah. Alright, back to Big Merc's turn. We're going to be at the 9 Dawn turn.
We left a card on the table.
Hmm?
There was a card in hand, though,
Oh,
just randomly on the table.
Yeah, it just dropped from his hand. Alright. Back to turn. Draw. 9 Dawn turn. Going to be at 1 life at the end of this turn.
And here's where we play the 9 cost, so we don't have to take the life.
Right? This is exactly why that's in the deck in a lot of these older decks. But Big Merc trying to play the strategy of, hey, I want to win by this turn. This is the turn I want to be winning. But fortunately, Big Merc has not put enough pressure on Shanks. At 3 life this late in game, no, sir, you're not putting enough pressure. This is not what you want to be doing for Edward Newgate. A lot of counter in hand. Not a whole lot of options. I can see he's putting the 2020 Chopper up front.
We could Chopper Ace. That would not be terrible. We could swing into the Lucky Root here so that it can't KO anything.
Mm-hmm. That would be a good call. Yeah. I like that idea. Swing the Newgate into Lucky Root. Force him to block out.
Well, counter out.
Counter out, yeah.
Actually.
And then leave 2. If he can get rid of it, too, it's a huge tell. Huge tell from Wolf here that he's low on counter. And then go wide with the strategy that you need to against this deck. So he does. Big Mark says, that's why I like watching. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you're here. Thanks, Big Mark. Yeah, the advice that if you wanted us there, this is just our commentary and our takes on it. I think that sometimes it's helpful, and you can always debate it. I love it when people fight back and they're just like, no, this is the way I do it, because it comes up with great conversations. All right, so 6K coming into...
Maybe face, maybe...
If this is going to Lucky Root, this is definitely the worst play, because the lead ability is the same attack here.
Well, I mean, Lucky Root can't kill it, so...
True. But you get a good tell from leader effect here.
Yeah. And it would be the leader effect plus a counter, so that does get a card out of hand.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he did counter out of the set. Here comes a loaded up 8K swing into Lucky Root. Good.
Okay.
So at least he knows that whatever his target is kind of worthless. We'll see if he defends it.
And we have
He
to
did
go
get
for
counter.
we do not let this live, I don't think. That's too many cards to...
Yeah, to sacrifice. It targets it
-2K
anyways.
out of spite.
Yeah. Wolf like, I did that.
Now if you restand it
Yeah.
in red...
And now Big Merc indicating that he's reset up life. Needs to take that life. Hopefully we'll remember here in a couple seconds. Need to take that life, Big Merc. Should be at 1. Yep. Wolf reminded him. Thank you very much.
Okay.
See, it's like they're listening in the past. They hear us commenting over the board, and they hear us in the past. And Wolf heard me, and he was like, yes, Big Merc, make sure you take that life. Love it. Good heads-up gameplay from the players. 10. Dawn. Turn. Let's go. Chainlow having a Hodor moment. Yes! Hodor! Hodor! That'd be so funny if one of you guys just ended up having, like, not a real seizure, but having a seizure, and it was like me coming from the future.
Life? Yeah. We should have gone for the ace. Because we know there's no point in swinging life here. He's at 1 life. We're going to take it next turn anyhow.
Well, if he takes it right now,
I mean, I guess we
will
could kill him.
There is an option that says, hey, my hand's bricked and I can go swing big with...
I forgot.
Yeah. Yasop coming in, the father of Usopp. Setting him up for a nice big swing here. Maybe we'll get a big 6K swing into life. Interesting.
No. Honestly, if I were Big Merc, I would take.
That's an easy take. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing easy. Yeah, there you go. Big Merc gonna take it.
Because we were going to take that life at the end of the turn. There's no rush at this amount of Dawn in the Shanks deck, so...
So now we have a loaded hand here from Big Merc. Bunch of Straw Hats, bunch of blockers. We have Shariah, thank you. And, blocker from Wolf, nice, good. And Tony Chopper. Big Merc looking for something big. I don't know what he's looking for. The second I saw him take, I was like, oh, right. Well, that's good. You learned from this lesson. I like it.
Again, you only make that mistake once.
Right? Learning time. Learning is fundamental. Reading Rainbow. Do you even remember Reading Rainbow?
Never
seen it.
Oh my god. I'm old. I'm old. Let's go. Asking about Yasop's ability?
I mean, making sure that it does last till this turn, so.
Okay.
Because, yeah, now that we have that leader effect, it can potentially just blank an attack.
Love the interaction. And I love that Yasop's been played outside of the control build now, too. Threw me through a loop, because I've seen some awesome aggro builds with Yasop's in the middle. I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's just a decent card. It's really powerful defensive, and then in later turns, it allows you to get over things easier.
Mm-hmm. It only reduces by 1, right?
Yep.
But it still... Sometimes that 1 matters, guys. Sometimes that 1 really is all the math you needed.
Yeah, that's why I play Stage in my Shanks build. Because being able to reduce it by 1 comes up a lot. I only play 1 stage because I don't want to brick on it, but
yeah,
it comes up.
Getting the wheel ready, because we might be seeing the end here. Now, I might be calling it too early, too. But
Check the time bar in the video.
Right, we did it right there. But I don't remember if I stopped the time on time. I think this one was just recording for a while, maybe. I don't know. Looking for my blocker I pitched earlier. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. It's like, what? Where's my blocker turn? I need my Shariah, and I need my Tony Chopper. He's got 2 in hand. I mean, would that be your turn? Would you just double blocker and leave out the open dawn for the divine departure?
That loses to I think that loses to the least amount of things. That only the only thing that I think would genuinely be able to contest that would be Gold Roger. So,
Goldie Roger.
Which is why Roger is such a strong card, because you can just, in this scenario,
just win.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, just win it. So, stacked up 4-2-4, which doesn't make any sense because the Shariah is 3. So,
I mean, it could be. Do we have 2 choppers in hand?
I think that might have been the other the chopper he pissed. Surely he probably thought he had 2 different choppers. Here's the first play. I don't. You want to play cards after you attack.
Oh, maybe we're just not attacking this turn.
Could be the case.
Oh, Zora.
Zora.
Oh. Okay, I don't hate this. So if we put 2 down under it, it gets KO'd by the Lucky Root. Then we play something else out after it.
7 Dawn into what?
Lead.
Okay.
There's no going for.
Oh, going back.
No, because we can just lead effect.
Yeah.
And we
do.
Yep.
Lead just blocks the attack. Oh man, Vic Marker, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a misread on the board, but he needed the 4 open for the Tony Chopper. Asking for permission to take it back, I take it. Alright, that was a nice move from Wolf here. Good Humbro move. Good Humbro move. Alright. Demanding some counter from him. That was really nice here, Wolf. I can only assume he allowed him to take that back.
Yeah.
Gets a 2K from Otama. Means the last thing he can do is Shariah. I guess he could technically swing in with both leader in there to try and get the Lucky Root to pop the Ronar Zoro. Hopefully Wolf doesn't take the bait with that.
I wouldn't.
Because he can put out a blocker with that. You don't want to give him the option to accidentally just get that free Tony Chopper from hand and be able to get 2 blockers.
Yeah, no, I think that's what we were trying to do with that play, was force the block there.
Alright, 8K coming in. Gonna get the block.
And minus 2K to the ace, so it can't swing into anything.
Yes. Did it? Did he point to Porcus?
Yeah.
Okay. Smart move from Wolf. Doesn't take the bait.
Here, if I were Big Mark, I would have swung with the ace first, so that wouldn't happen.
Because Lucky, I'm sorry, yeah. activating that ability at that time only works in this way. So Wolf telling him, yeah. I think he might even be telling him I would have attacked with Port Gastiers first here. Lots to learn here. Alright, passing back the turn, 1 open Dawn. No blockers. Decided not to put out a blocker. He's got a grip of cards though. Math that I think might intimidate Wolf to not want to go life here. A lot of 2Ks, dude. One,
We
two.
go life here no matter what. We have 3 swings.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Like, how many cards in hand?
knowing it maybe Wolf can remove one of these. Not great options for wanting to remove things because you're going to get something to replace it.
I mean, if we trash the Zora, we don't.
That's true. That's true. So we could bend Beckman here. Yeah, he was trying to bait the KO on Zoro. Wasn't taking it.
Okay, swinging 8 face,
Going into life.
forcing 2 cards.
Or the Divine Departure.
Yeah.
Could get the Divine Departure here. But if he takes that last open Dawn, it looks like he's only got, 1 Divine Departure. Doesn't have to worry about any Radical Beams. Now it's straight hand
Okay,
math here.
Going 6, trying to get 1 last card out of hand.
Okay. Gets a 1K blocker out of hand.
And 15.
15. Needs 10. Does he have it? No, he's only got 4 2K blockers. Needs 10, only has 4 2K blockers. The math is not there. Wolf gonna take this down 2-0. Unless there's something I misread from the hand. Big Merc looks like he's gonna go outside, grab a crowbar. Take Wolf and bash Wolf over the head to get the win. Decides to not take the crowbar and just concede the match. 14, not 15. Oh, it's 14.
Oh, because, 1 Dawn
Yeah.
under.
But that was exactly
not
14.
enough.
That's exactly 14 for the math here. So,
Yeah.
14 to 14, not enough. Thank you, Chainlow, for that correction. And 2 non-counters. Great math. Great choice. I love it. Wolf took the risk, and it paid off. Congratulations, Wolf. That was an amazing match. And by the way, I got to get this leaderboard up for you guys because I want to showcase all of the amazing players that showed up in the current state of our leaderboard as soon as I can remember what I did with it. What did I do with it? Did I hide it on myself? I know I put it somewhere. Professional streamer here, guys. Professional streamer. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Dude, what do we do with it? There it is. Here is our final matchup. Wolf taking the early lead, trying for that MVP, maybe. We'll see. Because he keeps telling me, maybe I don't try this hard. I think he's going to try. I think he's going to put up the work. Wolf already taking the early lead at 4 points here. Big Merc at second place. G-Bosk and Slacktide, 2 traveling friends here. Came out here, got set third and fourth place. Congratulations on locking in some points. Everyone else, Mark, Colin, Greg, Porter, Bear, Divine Lotus, Matt, Supercoop, and Javone. Congratulations on your participation points this week. You are already on the leaderboard, and notice a name that's missing. As I've told you multiple times on stream, I am not going to be on the leaderboard. I'm not going to play these games. I'm not going to chance it that I make it to the finals. The games that I play don't matter in the sense of points. They do matter to me in practice. They do matter to me in
for
practice.
what?
The regionals that we have coming up this Saturday, or anything else. So next time we go out to the Bondi Day, or any of those other big events here. So there's a Bondi Card Fest coming up here. Like, even if I don't qualify, there's gonna be one of the things I want to try out.
Still getting the LCQ.
Yep, there's a good chance. Good chance. All right, our wheel is set. Anything new from here?
Nope.
All right, this thing has been acting up like crazy today. As you can see, it's already kind of frozen. It's not giving me the thing. I have to wait for like moments where I can click on it. Bear with me, please. But we're going to get away the 2 packs and kick the stream off to somebody else. Great attitude, Big Merc. I really appreciate the GG. I'm waiting for the wheel to unfreeze the moment. So as soon as it moves, I feel safe on clicking the button. But this is the pain we've been dealing with in the back end you guys haven't seen. This poor man was trying to wait forever to enter names into this wheel. Come on, baby. Work. Work. Please start spinning. There we go. Spinning. Pack number 1 goes to... Are we doing the tax already? You son of a... No! No! We're doing the tax! No! On this frozen wheel, we're doing the tax! Fate, why do you hate me?
No, this is great content. Think of all the suspense this is generating.
We're doing the Jay Whizzle. Like, I'm pretty sure Jay Whizzle won. I'm pretty sure Jay Whizzle won. And we gotta do the Jay Whizzle tax pack. Oh god, here's a tax pack, by the way. The 2 packs still in front of me. The tax pack coming in. Jay Whizzle Pizzle with the tax pack. Congratulations, the Jay Whizzle tax pack coming from the extra pack box here. We're gonna save these ones for somebody else. And remember,
Watch that be one.
could be. I don't remember what's in the box over here. This is the problem with the tax box. I don't remember what was pulled from here, what's in here. I don't know what's left. I didn't want to put this on the stream because I can't account for what's left in it. So, tax pack coming in for Jay Whizzle Pizzle right here. Congratulations on another one.
Oh, that's one of the other packs. That's not the box. Okay.
Yes, yeah. This is the box right here, and I'll hold this here so they can tell the difference. And this is my tax box. This is the box I can't account for. This one always sits way over here, but this is my tax box, the Jay Whizzle tax box.
There's
Anytime you
literally
lose,
no difference between these boxes. They're both OP7 boxes.
and it makes it harder. I think when we get into the next season, because I do have the next sealed community box ready for the next set. This one will be the next one coming up here. But tax pack coming out for Jay Whizzle Pizzle. Because I told you guys he wins so much that anytime that he wins again, I pull out a tax pack. And this is just, if I can afford to do so, I did pull these things out. But congratulations, Jay Whizzle. Tax pack it is. Let's see what he's walking home with. Nope. No red back yet. Okay. Let's see.
You bent those cards when you opened that?
It's straightish. Straightish. Maha. Gizmonde. Edison. Snake Dance. Koala. Aladdin. Tony Chopper. Mr. Tanaka. Slow Beam. Joseph. Rob Lucci's our first rare. Oh, Monkey Dragon. That's a huge hit. There you go.
Not a hit. It's a super rare.
Super. That's a hit.
No.
That's a hit. It's not a hit. It's a hit. It's a hit. It's
A solid pickup.
It's a solid pickup. This is a really good. Like, a lot of people are looking for these things. These things have been slowly growing in price because it seems like every red deck is playing this thing. So not a bad card, Jay Whizzle. Got some value out of this pack. Tax pack paying off from some kind of dividend. All right, the Jay Whizzle pack, tax pack, has been put here. It'll be in the store for you, Jay Whizzle. Let's get into. Let's see if it'll behave. Run away here.
Remember, you're also going to have to remove Jay Whizzle's name.
Yeah, I gotta hit the remove button when it allows me to. I hit the button. We're gonna see how this works. Okay. Jay Whizzle has been removed. Best you could have gotten if there aren't any hits left in that box. True. Fair.
Yeah, Jimmy's banned now, so.
Dragon's not nothing. Yeah, right? Okay. So. And hit the button. It's not moving yet. Do we wait for it to move?
Yeah, you can do whatever.
Click it once. Will the wheel obey? These are one of the 2 packs. Will it catch up? I don't know what's going on with Wheel of Names or my computer, but this thing... Jeez! And our winner! This is the one time I'd accept rigged, because that just shocked the crap out of me. Alright. Porter, open your pack on camera. That scared the crap out of me. Oh my gosh. Like, you saw my hands the whole time. Just clicked, waited. Jeez, that was quick. I like this wheel. This is so messed up. It's like most fair wheel I've ever seen on stream so far. Fair enough.
All right, we have Baskin Robbins, we have Yosef, we have Usopp, we have Ninetales Rush, we have Khalifa, we have this, we
Tony's
have
a chopper.
random
Tanuki. We have Hattori, Atlas, Slow Beam,
Tony Hawk
Chopper.
Oh,
Stussy.
Stussy.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Put those in the community. Or actually, no, I don't need anything from that.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Community box it is. Community box gets an addition. Stussy. Coming your way. Community box gets this. I'm the community. Community box gets this.
I said give it to the community. It's my pack.
Community. I'm the community. I am the community. Congratulations. Here we go. Let's go back to the wheel and this temperamental thing to get the last pack through here. Thank you all for being with me. All right, the mouse is showing up again. Hit the remove button. We're going to wait for the remove thing to go away. As soon as the remove thing goes away, it's like, Chopper is needed by Beef Patty. Actually, I already hooked up Chainlow. I legitimately gave him 3 out of nowhere. So the 3 purple Tony Choppers he was looking for, I just gave them to him. No trade, no value, no nothing, just gave it to him. You guys will give me a lot of them. Ooh, a wheel that spins. All right, here we go. Little Pound Cake or Chainlow? Little Pound Cake or Chainlow? Or Sauce Mama? Or... one of these 3, maybe. Maybe Lonely Doombot. Maybe Captain Literal. What? And our winner. I don't know what's going on with this app. It's so busted. Come on, baby. Tell us who the winner is. We're gonna be here all night. We're just gonna be here all night, just like talking to you guys. Kinetic?
Nah.
I think you're a little too far away, but maybe. Sauce Mama! What is this? This is a chaotic wheel. It has been temperamental all night. We've tried hitting the refresh button. We tried opening up a different window. We tried messing with this thing.
Opening up a different window.
I opened up a different window.
No, you didn't.
I did. It was for the deck list. It had nothing to do with this.
Okay.
I opened up a different window, tried some things. I was trying to do, like, it. This is what we have tonight. Next time I'm going to restart my computer. Hopefully it's not this bad. I'm happy we can see it, because if you guys have been watching this, there's been a wheel back here that you couldn't even see. It was just a blank screen.
Maybe we need to use a different wheel than wheelnames.com.
I feel like we need to change it up here, because this thing is just chaotic. This was the one that worked for exclamation point join when the code was working right, but now it doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work?
It's linked to someone else's channel for some reason. I don't know why it's not doing it anymore. It says Humbro, but it doesn't link to my channel anymore. I don't
You need to change that to Humbro Pie?
No. I know, maybe. I don't know.
Is there another Humbro out there that we are unaware of?
There's a lot of Humbros out there. All of my Humbros out there. All right, Sauce Mama, congratulations on the win. Let's go into maybe our first hit from the box. Starting up here. No red back. No red back. Can we get a manga? Can we get something big? Wheel of Names is kind of industry standard for streamers, unfortunately. I know. Like, this is the one that most people use, but it's been acting up like crazy, guys. Vegapunk, Boa, Blue Jam, Boa, Caribou, Keep Out. It normally is functional. I don't know if it's my computer or the website. It's been insane tonight.
I think it's you. I think the wheel just doesn't like you.
I think so too. Iron Body, Hattori, Roronoa Zoro, Captain John, Rob Lucci again with the same rare from the first pack. Come on, hit, come on, hit, come on, hit, come on, hit. Oh, Porsche. No hits. That means we're at the halfway point. We were halfway through this box without a single hit yet. Porsche.
Factory defect?
That would be the worst. I'd have to come up with more packs of some sort, because no one in their right mind would believe me. Yeah, it's not. You're right. Yeah, Porsche's a really good one. It's still used.
Cope.
Yeah.
Cope.
I feel like I'm kind of coping. It's not bad. It's free too, by the way. Sauce Mama, congratulations.
Can't beat the price of free.
Right? And you didn't have to. It's like it's not the free fitty. It's just free. Just free for you. And it'll be Sauce Mama will be at the store for you, waiting for you next time you come back. Let's get into who do we raid. Oh, I'm in the wrong channel. Where are we? Let's see. Open link in the new tab. Let's see who is live. Ooh, chickies! Chicken tendies and Luffy. Choices. Chickies has been really helping out the channel. I think I'm going to put out the Chickies. And by the way, he pulled up an amazing poll on the camera the other day here. So let's find out what's going on with Chickies and see how his day's going. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it, as always. Good stream. Good night. Stay tuned, because this Sunday, we're going to have the actual RCQ coverage. And then on Monday, we're going to have the manga tournament coverage. So we have 2 back-to-back amazing events for One Piece. Stay tuned. That means 4 packs this weekend getting to give away, and you guys are going to be able to find out. Use the wheel. I'm going to use this wheel.
For who we're gonna raid.
Oh, the wheel to raid. Oh. You guys for real?
Just raid Chickies.
Okay.
There's no.
Here's how this works. I have to wait for it to come back.
We have to delete all
I
the
have
names,
to delete all the names.
which it's not gonna let us do. By the time we highlight everything, it's gonna freeze again.
So, I'm going to type in Chickies and Luffy TV. I need the wheel to start moving before I can do anything. The wheel has to move before anything will happen. So we're gonna wait for the wheel to move. Man, you guys are drawing this thing out.
Again, I'm saying this isn't worth it. Just raid Chickies.
They got 2 people voted for this. And Chalo is arguably one of our biggest fans. I can't... Oh my god.
He also won the week.
Yeah.
Shouldn't that be enough for him?
I mean...
Is his greed going to be the downfall of this universe?
Move, wheel! Raid Chickies. Canuck says raid Chickies. Alright, Canuck, we're gonna raid Chickies. Thank you for the vote. We're gonna hit it. We hit it. This thing's not moving, guys. It's not moving.
Why
I
is
can't...
it moving now?
Like, it's just not doing anything. It won't respond. Alrighty, guys. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I hope to see you guys again. If you guys haven't hit a like and subscribe, especially for Chickies, please do so. He's a great guy. Love it. We'll see you all soon. And thanks for being here, guys. I'm waiting for the delay. I don't know what the delay is.
I need to get into One Piece style. I would kill for you to get into One Piece. I would kill for you to get into One Piece. Are you